Okay. Bitsoul, thank you so much for 35. Thank you so much. Happy to have you here. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening. I got in very quick. I'm a little hype. Um, I'm I'm very hype. Um, the struggle is real. The struggle is real. So, okay, before we get into Endwalker, and these are gonna go up on VODs. I'm gonna do the whole MSQ for Endwalker on my VOD channel. And just to start here, I wanna do a quick little recap of the main idea of what's happening with Endwalker right now. So if you don't want spoils for the base game, I totally understand that. But as soon as basically I open this menu back up and start heading out to Ether Travel, that's when I'll stop talking about like a quick recap. When stuff pops up, I think that'll give a better time to like introduce specifics and stuff like that. But here we go. Quick little lore summary by Dan. I should have actually typed up something so I don't say so much. We've got the world of Hydaelyn. It is the name of the planet we live on. We live on the landmass known as Eorzea. We are a warrior of light. We are like an adventurer who has been blessed with a gift from Hydaelyn, which, yes, is the name of the planet. It's also the name of like the crystal spirit, the mother guardian of our world, as far as we know. We were gifted with an ability called the Echo, which we got from seeing like a unique meteor shower, and then we could hear the voice of Hydaelyn. The Echo lets us manipulate ether in such a way so we can see like past events. We can resist the thrall of primals, and a few other things. It elevates us to like a special level. So our big threats in the world, we've got the primals, which are entities summoned by using the ether crystals, and the beast tribes typically are the ones summoning them, usually in defense from some conflicting force. I'm just gonna stand out here. Look at pretty lady Jingle, and we are tasked with dispatching the primals. One of the reasons being because we have the Echo, we can resist the wave of mindfuckery that they release when they're summoned. Basically, a primal gets summoned, and it creates a bunch of thralls for anyone who summons it. We can resist that, so we don't get mind controlled. That comes up later with other people having the Echo as well. We also have the Garlean Empire. They are the magicless race that is basically controlling a large majority of the world. They come from Garlemald. They have Magitech, which is like a high advanced form of machinery that they use to counteract magic. They basically want to control the entire planet, and snuff out any of the primal threat, including the other savage races, as they refer to us, because they're above us now because they have all this technology and stuff. And even though they were once inferior because they lacked the magic, they found a way above that. Those are our two big threats. There is a third threat, the Ascians. They are this immortal race of people who seem to want to sow chaos for whatever reason, for their lord Zodiark. So, quick little recaps for story. Reborn, we go about dispatching a bunch of primals throughout the world of Eorzea. We learn about the Garleans building a weapon called Ultima, who is basically dispatching and using the power from primals for its own sake. It's basically a war machine. And its goal is basically to conquer. We shut down Ultima. We stop the reigning force of the Empire that is coming for Eorzea, which is led by Gaius. It's also revealed that Gaius was being manipulated by an Ascian known as La Habrea, who also took over one of our teammates. Speaking of teammates, we have some teammates. We have a group of adventurers, warriors called the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. They are a group of peacekeepers throughout the world. They're like an independent party that helps with catastrophic events, usually being primals. There's several of us that have the Echo. I know we do. Krill does. I think there's a few other people that have been revealed to have the Echo. But we also have our friends in there that are Alphanod, Alize. They are the twins. Yustola, the cat girl, who is the best. Urianje, who is the guy who talks too much and is our lore dump character. And then we have Thancred. He is our daddy. Elder daddy. The proper pronunciation is Lalabread. Ah, I see. So we kick out La Habrea. We actually manage to find a way to snuff him out eventually because the Ascians are immortal. We find a way with white auracite, a type of crystal or type of ether that can basically trap in a soul, which eventually we do with La Habrea. So he's kaput. His soul has been captured and destroyed. What do we do? Oh, so at the end of Realm Reborn, after we stop the incoming force of the Empire, we put them at bay for a bit. Everything seems good. We found a organization called the Crystal Braves, which is headed by Alphanod, which is supposed to basically be an extra task force for the Scions to use as an independent party. Flash forward a bit, the Crystal Braves become corrupted by what's the name of the faction in Ul'dah? Ul'dah is one of the capitals, which is led by the Sultana Nanamo and her right hand Rabon. The Syndicate, thank you. The Syndicate is basically a group of wealthy individuals controlling power in Ul'dah because the rich control everything in Ul'dah. Nanamo makes a plan that she wants to dissolve the Syndicate and restore power to basically the people, have a fair share of power. And they catch wind of this, and they basically set up a scene of walking in on you as Nanamo is revealing the secret to you, and they poison her wine, framing you for the death of Nanamo and the Scions as co-conspirators. So basically, we flee Ul'dah as wanted individuals. The rest of our Scions are either stay behind to help give us a chance to escape or disappear, missing in action. The only ones that manage to get out are ourselves, Alphanod, and Tataru, which is a little Lalafell. She is our secretary. She is the coin mistress of the Scions. And we go to the north with a new faction in Ishgard. They have kind of remained separate from the Alliance this whole time. We go and provide them aid, which they can't really give us until they deal with this dragon war that they currently have on their hands. We meet some folks. We meet Estinian, the Azure Dragoon. He is a very powerful warrior with the gift of one of Nidhogg's eyes. Nidhogg is this dragon that is basically warring with Ishgard. And they're like, hey, we can't help you until Nidhogg is dead. Because Nidhogg is only seeing rage. We can't do much about it. So you go through all of Heavensward. Ultimately, you do find and stop Nidhogg. In the process, Estinian becomes corrupted by Nidhogg. You eventually stop Estinian as corrupted Nidhogg. He makes it out. He's safe. And Ishgard joins the Alliance. Also, throughout that time, we managed to find our remaining friends who were dispatched from the attack on Ul'dah. We find them all. They're all okay. Okay in quotes. Y'shtola becomes blinded, and Thancred can no longer use magic. Did they ever resolve anything with Thancred not being able to use magic, or did they just like kind of brush that aside? I don't remember. Anyways, things are looking good. They're starting to think about pushing the offensive for recapturing a part of Eorzea that is still under the Empire's control, Girobania, and the headquarter of Ahamigo. So that's kind of the goal. We're set up to do war with the Empire. The Crystal Braves do one last fuck you and summon Shinryu, a primal that we deal with by using an ancient device known as a Mega. They do battle and they fall into enemy territory. So now we're tasked with recovering them, helping push the war front. This is Stormblood time. This is so quick. I'm missing so many details, but this is just a vague idea. We go to help the resistance take back the city, but we are actually sabotaged by a group of basically within the captured Almegians. Alamegians? I don't know how to say it. A group of them defect to the Empire known as the Skulls. One of them is led by Fordola, I think is her name. I can never remember her name, because I always think of just saying Fedora. I think it's Fordola. And she becomes one of the leaders of the Skulls. She finds and helps stop a resistance push that we were planning. Xenos comes in. Xenos is the son of the current ruler of the Empire, since we kicked Gaius' ass in Realm Reborn. Varys takes his place, and Varys' son, Xenos, is really fucking strong. So Xenos goes and captures the Far East, and then he runs into us and the Resistance, fucks us up. He's very strong. We managed to escape. We're like, hey, we cannot capture this by ourselves. We cannot retake Alamigo by ourselves. We need help. So we go to the Far East, which is also under Empire control, to a place called Doma. Ultimately, we go through a whole bunch of shit in Doma. We help them take back their land, and in the process, fight Xenos again. He kicks our ass again. We manage to recover the capital, though. A few people die along the way. There's a lot of characters here. Stormblood is I'm not as familiar with because I skipped. We come back. We lead the capture. We actually managed to push back the Empire and retake Alamigo. In that, we find Shinryu, the dragon primal that was summoned at the beginning of it. Xenos reveals that he, along with Fordola, now have the Echo, which they stole from one of the captured members of the Scions. Krill, never mentioned her before. She's a member of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Or just an ally. I don't know. But she's blessed with the Echo. And they do experiments on her to create an artificial Echo. Fordola has it and Xenos has it. It kind of fucks over Fordola because she can't control it. But we actually managed to fight Xenos as he possesses Shinryu, win, and Xenos, being satisfied with having a good battle, kills himself. Because that's all Xenos cared about, was a worthy challenger. End of Stormblood. Flash forward. Xenos is walking around again. What the fuck? Turns out it's another Ascian. Ascian known as Elidibus possesses the body of Xenos, which is a very strong body. And they want to use some horse shit on the Alliance. I am streaming at 1 a.m. The game just started. We're not. I'm just doing a lore key recap real quick. What happened? What happens with Xenos? We also discover that Xenos, the original Xenos, his soul is in a random soldier's body, and he is now like, I want my body back. He goes back to get his body. A few people team up to help stop the Empire from their horseshit. Varys makes plans to use this Black Rose weapon, which is basically a chemical warfare thing that we don't want. While the war is getting close to dire moments, we start hearing a voice from an unknown destination, and it puts our friends and ourselves in a state of weakness. It puts the rest of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn in basically comas, and it's revealed that their souls have left their body. And we're the only ones standing. Like, all of our friends go comatose, and it's just us. And in our final battle with Xenos possessed by Elidibus, the Ascian, we win, but he's immortal now, so he just revives, and in that moment, the voice reaches out to us again and knocks us out. We managed to escape with Estinian's help. Things are looking bad, but this voice keeps telling us we need to come to the first and prevent a calamity from happening. What are calamities? There are 7 calamities that have happened so far. It's like world-ending events. And one of the big things that I haven't talked about, sorry, there's a lot of scatterbrain here, is we are in the source. We are in the prime plane. There are 13 other planes of existence. We find out eventually that the shard was actually split into these 14 fragments. We are called the source because we are still the prime plane. But we learn throughout the game that one of the 13 shards is lost to darkness and becomes the void, which is where the Ascians retreat to when they die, and then they can reform. And we learn of the first falling to the light. Oh god, I didn't even mention the Warrior of Darkness. Okay, so earlier in Heavensward, we run into the Warrior of Darkness, who is like a group of heroes. And they are like us. They want to help save the world, and they reveal that they had already saved their world, but then the world ended. They did everything right, and they lost. So in a final act of desperation, they sacrifice themselves so they can travel between the dimensions and come to the prime plane, all under the false information from a Ascian. They did this. This leads to one of our prior companions, Minfilia, aiding the Warriors of Darkness by halting the spread of light in the first. Another one of the dimensions. Stormblood or Shadowbringers happens. We go visit where this voice is coming from, and we get pulled into the first. There's only a tiny landmass left. Everything else has been swallowed by this basically tidal wave of light. And it's revealed these pure beings of light called Sin Eaters are corrupting and killing everyone. We help push that back. We meet the Warrior of Darkness, who has now been dead for 100 years, and it's his ghost just kind of speaking with us. Also, my favorite character now, Ardbert is the name of the Warrior of Darkness. He is your spirit, basically, in another dimension. We talk with an Ascian there, Emmett Selk, who is the third and final member of the original Ascians, the Ascians who came about when everything got fucked. Everything got fucked in the terms that Hydaelyn was not the first primal. We learn Hydaelyn is a primal. Zodiark was the first primal that the Ascians summoned. I'm jumping so much, I'm sorry. Zodiark was summoned. And it took half the population to summon him, basically. A group of resistance summoned Hydaelyn because they were like, we don't trust Zodiark, we want to keep Zodiark in check. Zodiark and Hydaelyn fight, and Hydaelyn's ability, which is to sunder, defeats Zodiark and splits the world and all of its occupants into 14 fragments. So every like soul, every world, every existence is split into 14 pieces. The Ascians reveal their goal is trying to bring back the original world. They used to be a thriving civilization, and they just want their home back. Even though they seem to go through about chaos, that is the best way to bring about these calamities, because when a calamity happens, one of the shards is lost to the source, and it's reabsorbed. I think this has happened 7 times. We're all giggling whenever Dan says Ascians. Yes. It's Ascian. It just also sounds like ass. So the Ascians are actually like redeemable because they want their home back, but getting their home back destroys our home. So it is a standstill. We can't see eye to eye. We learn that Ardbert, the warrior of darkness that we've been talking to, is the reflection of us in the first. That's why, like, we're so similar. He's literally us, a fragment of us. We go about restoring the first as best we can, in the process corrupting ourselves with light to the point of where we start to lose ourselves. We start to become corrupted. Ardbert helps us stave that off, restore ourselves, and ultimately we wind up saving the first. There's so much other shit that happens. We learn earlier in the game, we find the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower is this literally Final Fantasy III Crystal Tower. Only people of a specific bloodline can interact with it. We meet an adventurer called Grahatia, who is part of that descendant, or has that bloodline in him. And basically needs to be the Crystal Tower's protector. So he seals himself in the Crystal Tower to sleep. Flash forward a lot of years. Grahatia teleports the Crystal Tower into the first, and that is how we are ultimately pulled into the first, is via him. Because they know when the first falls, it creates a calamity in the source, and we need to stop that from happening. There's a lot. So ultimately, when we come back to the source, we find a way to restore Grahatia and him with his knowledge now of hundreds of years of study, but in his young body, he joins the Scions. Okay, big like change in lore. Do you remember how a wave of energy comes out when you summon a primal and it mind fucks everything? We figured out a way to stop that, or at least restore people. Normally, when that happened, they were lost. They were deemed to be killed, because they were just mindless slaves to whatever primal enthralled them. We found a way to fix them. Alize did, to be specific, via her work in this first. And we started doing that. Everything was going good. And then, Xenos, now back to his original body, having killed his father, Varys, is leading what remains of the Garleans, because they are in civil war trying to fight for power because the leader was just murdered. He just wants chaos. he just wants to fight you again, basically. That is his ultimate goal. And another Ascian, Fandaniel, takes the body of a shit stain from Stormblood, who has a lot of money and power. And he is like, I'm just gonna bring about chaos. I'll get you your fight with the Warrior of Light, but I'm gonna bring about the end of the world. He creates these towers that are force summoning primals, and basically the only way we can stop these towers is if someone with the Echo goes in. So there's not a lot of us. Fordola actually helps in that regard, but we don't really know what to do. That is where we are caught up in the story. I'll try to explain things better as we come about, but I'm gonna stop the lore recap from now. It makes sense. Okay. I'm back. I'm fully reading chat now. I'm gonna do this because we're not talking spoilers, and I'm going to, and we're gonna fucking go and see how fucking much of a clusterfuck this is. Hey, Big Dub, how you doing? It makes sense, I promise. Yeah, I got a very quick queue. I got in and my queue was 400. I'm just waiting to see a flood of people. No flood. Go into an instance place. We're good. Everything's safe. Oh my god! Here we go. Okay, so just to let you guys know, in case anyone didn't come, I'm gonna stream the entire MSQ for Endwalker. And yeah. It's gonna be fun. I hope you guys enjoy. I know it's not my normal thing, but I want to share this with you guys because I wish I had streamed the rest of the MSQ. It's that good. Here we go. Alphanod is feeling the need to tank stock. Is that a weapon coffer? Hell yeah, it is. Lady, do you have some time to talk? I'd like to gather everyone at Dawn's Respite. Together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Respite. Oh, we're talking! I'm gonna be a little giddy boy, okay? Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in the multitude of locations throughout the world. Those are the towers I was talking about. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telephoroi. Telephoroi? Stated purpose is to recreate the final days of Aeon's past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. Oh yeah, it's using like actual okay. It was auto-advancing, I had to turn that off. The towers basically had like pods of Beast Tribe members, and it forcibly was summoning primals. By torture, basically. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. That's the wave of mindfuckery is surrounding the towers at all times. So you need someone with the echo to get in close. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered, at least. Wollenberg of Midgard, thank you for 2 months. Little Endwalker jingle. Also, how's the volume for the game? It's just music right now. But after what happened to Arvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Arvald and was a person who actually had the Echo, was also very close with Alphanod. He went in and lost the use of his legs. He's confined to a wheelchair now. And he was like a gladiator. Or just a knight. And Fordola barely escaped. Fordola is... We still don't like Fordola, but they are blessed with a modified version of the Echo, so they're useful. You can only hold me. I'm going to turn up the volume. Yet while these threats close at home are paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. Garlemald is where the Garleans' home base is. There's Thancred. This is Urianger. As you know, the Telephori. I don't know if I've ever heard them say that out loud. Telephori are under leadership of Fandaniel and one other fellow, Xenos Fungius, the crown prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Secession, but since it's changed and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent to the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket the ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered. With nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume these events too were orchestrated by the Telephori. An army of primals isn't awful enough, but in light and recent developments, I fear it is only prelude to a greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. This is Grahatia. Can you see my mouse? You can't. Shit. Let me do that. Let me turn that on. There we go. Master Forchenault. Forchenault? Comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. This is Tataru. We've received word that Miss Creel, she said the arrangements for your visit. Well, music's fucking going now. Your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Lominsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. Okay. Sharlayan is a place that is like, hey, we're going to remain totally independent with all our knowledge and everything, and never help you. Even if it's the end of the world, they remain independent. A neutral party. And that's not an option when the world's about to end, so we're trying to convince them to help us. It is also where the twins' father lives and where they're from. And it's a bunch of stuck-up pricks. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian. Come to assist the Order's restoration. I don't know a lot of these names, I'm sorry. This is Estinian. He's fucking awesome. The arrangement may have been settled, but what of your thoughts? I must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. It's gonna take me a while to get the voices, because I've never read aloud for these characters, so... Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Yeah, it's one of those, like, we're not sure if they think it's not actually ending or if they have countermeasures to save themselves from the world ending, you know? Limsa Luminsa, also known as Limsa my balls, Limsa balls, is where I started the game. And it's the coolest place. It's also probably going to be very loud because there's going to be a lot of people here. If they actually load in. Alphanod with a New York accent, yeah. Oh my god, there's not a lot of people yet. I'm waiting for people to pop in. There they come. Oh, they're loading in. You know, let's just avoid the mass crowd of people. I'm actually using a separate monitor to read chat this time because I wanted to keep the game full screen. And I didn't want to have to look over because I was like, I just want to see chat all the time. Oh wait, it wasn't the lower docks? What the hell? I have a little Chromebook, a little laptop, and I have just chat on there, so I have just you. I'm so excited. I'm so giddy. There will be a time where I will talk about how my hell of a week went. But I'm just in good mood and don't want to talk about it right now. But I'm very happy to be home. I got home like 2 hours ago. No bummers, only good vibes, yeah. If you really loved us, you'd play on the laptop and have chat on the PC. I don't think this Chromebook can run games. I think there's a few people gathered around. Oh god, why is it Tataru? Everyone's here, which is good. I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have your luggage close at hand. Close at hand! I don't know why I went Irish there, right at the end. Oh. Have it close at hand. Glad to be home. Thanks, Dan. Oh, look at us chit-chatting. Lady Jingle looking fresh.
Loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Schedule.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
See, they talk much better than I do.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
Master Louis Soir was kind of like the leader of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. He is the one who, in 1.0, guides the Scions to basically stop the meteor from crashing into the planet, which ultimately fails because the meteor is Bahamut, and he sacrifices himself to destroy Bahamut by summoning the primal Phoenix. He's also the one who teleports the Warriors of Light, your character, forward in time so you can survive the calamity.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
And he's talking about himself. Thancred saved Minfilia who was the previous leader until she became like an avatar for Heidelin. There's a lot of stuff that happened there. He was in love with her. He met the like reincarnated version of her in the first, who's now named Reen, and was kind of like a father figure for her. I'm really afraid Thancred's gonna die in this expansion because his arc is like so finished. But I love him. He's wonderful.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
Question, guys, how is the volume of them speaking compared to me? Do they need to get bumped up? They're on the low side? Okay. I'll see if I can bump up directly them, but I'll bring up the game right now.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisois of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Thancred used to be a rogue. Now he is a gunbreaker for his class.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Estinian's the best.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Now kiss!
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Tataru?
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll...
Look at Lei Jing. Oh man, she's so hot. She's great. Oh. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
This Lady Jingle's a lot kinder to her friends, at least.
You're still here.
Oh, the boulder.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
They were originally members of the Crystal Braves, and even when the Crystal Braves was like disbanded, they still were like, we want to help. So they're like honorary Scions?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
So excited. Yeah, Endwalker just came out 54 minutes ago. There was I did a lot of recap. A very sloppy recap.
And so you venture forth.
That's Emmett Selk's voice.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
That's Eorzea. An old Sharlayan, this island up here. I'm just gonna hide chat. The general chat, not you guys chat. I love seeing you guys.
Here.
That's Heidelin's voice.
Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
This like haunting echoey theme is also the same thing that was playing through 1.0 right before the world ended. So it's very good. It's the main theme, but just a specific version of it.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My
It's
wall
Heidelin.
of light, guided by the crystal.
Okay. Okay. So, so, okay, some stuff with Shadowbringers that happened. We know that there was a Heart of Zodiark, which I believe was Elidibus. And the faction that separated themselves to summon Heidelin to counteract Zodiark, I believe Venat was the Heart of Heidelin. My bet is this lady is Venat. Or Venat, I don't know how to say it. But that's my guess right now. The reason I can trust your words no longer appeals to me because we learned Heidelin is a primal, which means even though we're a champion of Heidelin and gifted with the Echo, we don't know if that Echo is just... if we're a thrall, you know? Primals are bad things. Primals are like summoned deities. And when they're summoned, they basically enthrall their summoners to be like puppets of them. And we know that Heidelin now is actually a primal, a very old, ancient primal. But Shadowbringers kind of threw in the thing of like, can we trust Heidelin? And I'm thinking this. I can trust your words no longer.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been.
Okay.
A primal.
Emmett Silk was not lying to us.
Zodiark was created to forestall the apocalypse, which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered.
So remember the Calamities? They return one of the shards to the source. So, of 13 shards, 6 remain. And preventing the first from being lost to the light was preventing the 8th Calamity. So I'm sure a new Calamity will come about, because especially with Fandaniel doing his bullshit, we'll see. Yeah, the end of 1.0 was a Calamity as well. And we got time traveled forwards 5 years by Louis Sois to A Realm Reborn. Correct. Also, Myths and Legends, I saw you looked up the GPS coordinates of where the floppy disk and the description. So there was, Barry and I were actually talking about this. There's like a whole ARG with the inscription stuff. And they actually there were separate coordinates that they found via like a code that actually led to like 3 actual floppies and then like a fake floppy disk. And those were used to get a code and basically created like a URL for a YouTube video. And like you can go research and see, like, because the ARG's already been completed and stuff. But the 2 of us looked at that. Also, I just noticed the mask around the neck of Heidelin, and that is one of the was it the coronation? The civilization of Ascians. So I'm betting this is Venat.
The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
Yes, Heidelin's the big crystal that you see at the start of the game. That is like the representation of Heidelin. And I believe Zodiar's representation is a crystal as well.
Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Look at our friends.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
Oh, that Endwalker theme coming in.
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Oh.
Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Oh, the moon! The moon!
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Old Sharlayan.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Also, hang on. I want to turn off my mouse. I realized I was like, I like the mouse off.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
Also, there is more stuff happening with the original Scions. I can't remember what the name of the like organization was that came about summoning Zodiark. But I'm gonna wait for that stuff to pop up because it's not 100% confirmed, and I think it'd be fun to discover it with you guys.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
Also, prior to this, we met the twins' father, and he basically disowned them because they wanted to help save the world. He's like, no, you don't take part in the world's affairs. Like, that is the rule. I disown you. Also, fuck you. So their father sucks. We hate the father.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
Like, he literally stripped them of their surname.
May.
Thavnair did fuck up a lot. I mean, yes, but it's always from a place of wanting to make the world a better place. And I think disowning your children because they want to help save the world is a pretty fucked up thing to do.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed.
Especially when, like, the end of the world is knocking on the door.
The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Kryl's specialty is, like, ether healing and stuff like that. Usually they are designated, like, healer in the lore. Not so much as a, like, party member or anything, but she aids the Scions that way. So, like, she took care of the bodies when they were in the first. When their souls were in the first. She was also the one who was captured by the Garleans and experimented on to make an artificial echo, because she has the echo as well.
Expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Little Grazia, new member of the Scions. Look at him. So proud.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Look at this pretty ass Lalafell.
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldassian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
So the reason a lot of them have this mark of the Archons is they basically used to be a faction here, but because they wanted to help make the world a better place, they were removed from Sharlayan's grace.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
Scheduled.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
No Matoya. Y'shtola is Master Matoya's student. Old Final Fantasy name.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Nanomachines. Eventually I'll be able to adjust the volume of the voices, I promise.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
They've been fucking stripped of their name. What are they gonna do?
Alphino Leveilleur.
They're gonna be like, I'm sorry, we don't have anyone.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Oh, it's gonna be bad.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
Guessing they wanted to make it a better place, but not even that, just interfering with the world. Like, Sharlayan does not want any interaction with the outside world. They want to hoard their knowledge. And because they wanted to help the world, like deal with the primal threat, stop the conquering of the Empire and stuff like that, that's why they were shunned. Even wanting to do good is not viewed as the Sharlayan way. How can you help the world by not... They don't want to help the world. They just want to hoard their wealth and knowledge. Or not wealth, knowledge.
Application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
The Warrior of Light. Fuck you. Champion of Eorzea. I so am gonna get in trouble if I say that. I definitely want to do it. Lady Jingle has no tact. She's like, I don't give a shit.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed.
Hell no. I earned it, ma'am.
The employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
Damn right. Damn right.
And you, sir?
Listen, I've saved the world like at least 4 times, so maybe you back off, Karen, okay?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
He has no idea. Say bodyguard, say anything.
If you'll allow me...
Krill!
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
She also small.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I'm like flicking this Lalafell off camera.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Master of Wits, Estinian.
Croyle.
Kryl.
It is good to see you.
I need to remember that. In my head, I always say krill. Like the fish.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
So normally you can trigger these lines to like go immediately one after another, but I'm gonna keep it on pause just so I can like interject with stuff. I feel like that works best. I can't wait for new armor. Oh my god, I can't wait. Give me the new axe.
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well,
This
I
thing
had
is the
to
best.
say something, Sir Taciturn.
So he gave up his role as the Zero Dragoon once Nidhogg and the threat of the Dragon War had ended. And here we are. New zone. Ether Shard. Also, let's go into the thing. Okay. Hold up, the quest is this way. Damn it. No. I just want a right clicker. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Ooh, okay. So each expansion has a different, like, quest complete and quest accepted sound effect. I like this one. Not gonna lie, I'm a fan. Let's check out that weapon coffer, though. We got a new axe. Let's see how much better this axe is. Oh, look at this expanded space because there's no more belts. Oh, it's beautiful. Item level 515. Does it do it pretty? It does not do pretty. Oh, man. It is not like this many people are around. What was the official reason? They weren't ever, like, visible. So I think they got it to clear out unwanted gear. Because, like, even though for stats it's nice, but, like, because glamour is such a big part of the end game of the game, I think they were like, no one wants a belt. Like, no one's going to go to a dungeon for specific belts for glamour because you can't even see them. I imagine that's the big driving factor for the reason. I had thought to launch directly into explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Lady and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan. This is straight up Undertale music. Boom, boom, boom. And for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Wouldn't that also mean less? They rebalanced stats, damage, everything for the game. Endwalker had a big overhaul in numbers, basically, for the entire game. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at Baltesian Annex. How does that sound? It's a fine suggestion. We may not welcome the Levier estate as such, but I suppose I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I equally, untethered as it were, there is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I will not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might yield some useful gossip. Annex was west of Aetherite Plaza, was it? I shall join you there, Anon. Yes, we'll see you there. It's weird because now I can, like, hear the voices in my head, but cannot execute. I, too, have places I would remiss if not visiting forthwith by thy leave. Urianger is like, I just love him. Uri Danger. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Does she have the hots for Estinian? New OTP. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. So, even though G'raha Tia looks like he normally is, keep in mind, his mind is like hundreds of years older than he actually is, because this is him who was far into the future in the source, and then spent 100 years in the first, and is now back. So it's been well over hundreds of years since he's actually been here. Come, lady. Sharlayan awaits. The best part of Oriange is he gets even wardier. Yeah. Who's got the quest? G'raha does. Damn it, no! Let me kick G'raha! Thank you. After all, my friend, I'm more than content to follow your lead. G'raha is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. You can leave G'raha Tia behind by entering a different area, using the Ethernet, or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak to G'raha Tia to select the option to part ways. If you wish to have G'raha Tia accompany you again, return and speak with him. While G'raha Tia is accompanying you, you can next try speaking with Creo. Look at him follow us! Sorry. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. The cafe at the west side of the harbor. Krill is now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with Krill at the designated location. We got little friends walking with us. While you're accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Oh, well, now we have to, like, walk everywhere because I want to check out talking locations. Look at our friends. How far away can I see a talking location? No talking location. Okay. It's not illegal. He's actually over 100 years old. Well, he's already mature. I'm just saying, in his mind, he hasn't been here for hundreds of years. So it's been a bit for him. I'm just curious. We're just gonna take it chill. We're gonna take it nice and slow. Can I run with these guys? Yes, okay. Oh, there's totally gonna be a talking point up here, right? Totally. Totally. Totally not one. Cool. That's okay. You know what? We're taking in the scenes. We're taking in the sights. Lady Jingle's getting a little stretch before eviscerating some foes. I wish this, my Chromebook, like, dims after, like, 15 minutes. And I keep moving the mouse just to, like, relight it. Oh, okay, here's a talking spot. Discuss the storage facility. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason you couldn't undertake any task which pique your interest. You may have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle. Peristyle? Peristyle! Paradise. It is the first stop for the cargo unloaded at the docks. You find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies to further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. I like this is a little like bonus thing. Like we have not had a interacting segment like this where you're leading companions and having little talking spots. This is fun. I like it. You know, there's people who are just like, no, fuck it. Go to the next spot. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thalik. As a student of Baldician, I was usually quartered to the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned to ship the city. The path leading outwards toward the sea is known as Thalik Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thalik chose to be our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. That's cool. I like that. Okay, so you can kind of see these talking points from a bit of ways, but not super far. It's got that magic flowing water. Okay, question, do you think it's magic flowing water, or do you think there's pipes running up the statue to refill it? It's pipes. No magic, though? It's a world of magic! Okay, so that's the one we need to go to. I just wanna double check if we got any others we can talk at. Just double checking they're still with me. Okay, we're gonna come back here. Corral's keeping up. Good. Good. And here we are, the last end. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland and encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the Studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. So the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, a sole dedication outpost for fine dining in Sharlayan. The one and only bastion of culinary arts in the Isle, otherwise mediocre far. Fair. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items on the menu. Not that I've had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. I want the burger! I apparently hit message on a random person. Sharlayan follows Minecraft logic, so there's just one block of water up there, creating an infinite source. Perfect. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, it's more a perfectly functioning aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide I am, I should mention the Confluence, a research facility located in this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what is essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Agora, these nuts. Doesn't work. Talk about the Confluence. Speaking of aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Miss Tataru informed me that the Scions had reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Remember this. Oh, there's a new setting in aetherite stuff. Hang on. I don't know where it would be. Basically, you can toggle it so it always uses the ticket if it's over a certain price. I'll figure it out later. Want to become famous? I actually don't. I can't ban them because I don't have it open on my my desktop. So I guess we'll just become famous. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. These little open-air bookstores are so uniquely Sharlayan. I always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Books. You want books? We got them. Welcome to the Agora, where you find wares made in Sharlayan as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, next stop our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb up the stairs to that imposing building at the very top. Now we're going to the Confluence, I guess. Nope, we're not going here. But now I've walked around. How are you, is my voice too loud, chat? Sorry. I just want to make sure. I didn't test anything, but since I've been back. Audio seems fine, cool. Thank you. Yeah, wait, how do I get to that staircase there? It's over here. These little decorative features are typical in Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters of the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. Nice little fountains. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of knowledge which flows from Thalaics divine Iwe. Iwe? This is the reason you'll see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Stop using words I don't know. Archon's design. All these damn smart people around. Lady Jingle just has axe. Big axe swing things. Hit. I'm glad you're here, Uber Dan, and you guys are totally good. I know these aren't gonna be my normal crowds for stream, but I regret not doing this for Shadowbringers at least. So we're gonna do it. And I'm quite excited to just play the game right now, so I'm having a wonderful time being back. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a form of elected representatives would deliver ordinations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in a mind of arrival on the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by the knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, a Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come here whenever you wish. I don't think the councilors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, I think the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. That guitar, though. I'm glad I have a drink with me because my throat is already dry. I've talked for like an hour and I'm already like dead. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us this is where they was put ashore the Archon Newkampf built their first homes. Nailed it! In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see one mansion is clearly larger than the neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends at the House Levieur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope has proven to be entertaining and enlightening experience. Shall we head directly to the Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head towards the harbor, across the bridge to our right, and follow the path beyond the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct. After you, lady. We zoomin'! Also, if you're wondering why I'm not using mounted travel, it's because when you're in one of the main hub cities, you can't use mounts. I imagine just because of the amount of density of players. Oh. I almost missed it. I was like, I think it's coming up. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of the phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. Please be voiced. Nope. I'm back, and I brought Lady and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Raha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, lady. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Sunjinka? Sunjinka? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tusinka. Sunjinka? Ojinka? Ojika Sunjika. Ojika Sunjika. Administration Officer for the students of Baldesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin Ejika? Ah yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we had the occasion to visit to Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the Annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we were engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the Annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us. The organization is a shell of its former self. So there was an Isle that basically vanished, and it reappeared in the Stormblood expansion, and it was totally like overrun with monsters, and it's an area called Eureka. I started doing the stuff, but it was like super grindy, so I haven't finished that plot thread. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first we must ensure that the Telephori fail. To the door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Telephori. I gotta hear it. I need to hear it. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have best time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I had private quarters prepared for you in the Andon, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more, though, than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research and exhausted from journeys abroad, we would slip into the Andron and steal a few weeks. Thus they became known as the student as nap rooms. Even many, such as naps, might well last into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Nap time. Time to take a nap. I like when napping is part of the main quest. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Voiced.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now.
Oriange.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telephoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Hey, Treyon. Endwalker hype is real. We got in really early, and it's great. I'm just happy. I'm just giddy and happy. We're just gonna vibe.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
That's
A
the
mystery
twins' father.
indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian.
Baldessian.
Our
Lefroy.
organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
You got Dalmud, the moon chunks, or just part of was that Azazla? No. Yes. I think so. Moogle, the King Moog, probably.
Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
The Lalafels are so cute. I love them. I kind of wish I rolled one, but Lady Jingle's just perfect as the Highlander.
Comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
So the lunar primals are the primals that are being forcibly spawned with these towers. So like the enslaved beast tribes getting tortured and forcibly summoning a thing summons like a lunar version. So, and one of the ones we fought was Lunar Bahamut at the end of the...
In response to this threat, the satrap of
Shadowbringers,
Khan, the
post
individual
patches.
who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it
So-
is quite the quandary.
So basically, our options right now are go to Thavnair. Thavnair? I already forgot how to say it. To find a lead for how to deal with these towers, or investigate why the sudden change of tone in the Sharlayan officials, or like heads, is so adamant about not helping. Is FF14 the nicest jingle has ever been? Probably.
Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
So that right here is where my internet cut out for me. Like, it disconnected me from the server.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
In base 2.0, your character actually had a voice. Oh yeah, they must have got rid of it then. Because my whole playthrough, Lady Jingles never had a voice. It's always just been like silent miming. There is one instance of them speaking in Shadowbringers, but it's not them speaking. If that makes sense.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Research?
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Just like the intro cutscene!
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
There's me. I was like, where's me? Quest complete. I love it. It's so good. We gotta open that shit up. Chest gear. Oh man, we get to see the new look. Lady Jingle's new fresh look. It's not better than what I have, but I want to try it on. Oh, it is fresh though. Here's what we'll do. We'll cast Glamour so we look like it. That'll look nice. that do look nice. Can we dye this axe? Hell yes. Okay. 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 Yes. Yes, ma'am. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause of the form's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they're willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of connection to the final days. Suffice it to say, the progress has been slow. There are many dusty pages one can skim a day, but now I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Nomenon? Nomenon. Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives at the western edge of the woods. Yes, you guys go do that. I'm gonna talk to these boys. Kral's Book Club is a show I'd watch. Me too. I have Kral's instructions at hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnair. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Creel was the same mind and already secured the aid of good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Fill me in! Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrida. Moonbrida? I think it was Brida. Moonbrida was an authority to aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Moonbrida. Yeah. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at last. As it hath many times, I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection revealed me unto the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Oriange and Moonbrida had kind of a thing going on. Moonbrida sacrificed herself to help imprison La Habrea in the Aetheryte crystal. They died in the process, but we killed one of the Ascians as well. So I assume he sent a letter to the parents, and that's what he's talking about. Whether you come with us or no is your choice, and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face which hath long been overdue. Then it's settled. Let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Yeah, I think I want to go to Thavnair first. Cosplay Mama, thank you for 10 months. Great way to start your Friday. Happy to have you. Okay. Well now, this is a rather lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Krile, the student of Baldesian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, normally you need to be attuned beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon for to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the life stream. Yours and librarians go hard. They go break your kneecaps if your tutor's like, damn. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. What if I were to tell you there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move more freely. We've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherites, one had been installed here in Sharlayan, the other over in Yedliham, a port town of Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzat-Han, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that by accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say the aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued will within whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry such things. Do we have permission to take use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to be unreasonably fear for their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain to see you aren't most people. Miss Krile truly knows how to pick 'em. If I might change the subject, our Master Wilson and Mistress Bolweda not present today. Oh, didn't you hear? They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. We need only your permission and your signature on this 5,000 paid waiver. Don't worry about it. Don't read it. Whatever you do, don't read it. Just sign it. Nothing can go wrong, right? So, with Thancred mentioning that he can't channel ether, that was, when Yustola, spirited him and herself away to escape harm when Ul'dah was under siege. They both got affected in different ways. She lost her eyesight. He wasn't able to channel ether anymore. It do be a pretty aetherite, though.
Right, we're all set.
I did not get a good voice.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
Can I get your earrings, though? That's so cute.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Use another voice. Yeah, same. Same, Bacchus.
air is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
And we were never seen again.
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Violent ethereal sickness.
What?
Thank her dead. Just like that. Across the world. Hey RJ. Thanks, bud. Hope you're doing well.
Thavnair, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single
That's one of the
nation,
towers.
an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
There's that sickness.
What chance?
I was gonna say, Urianger doesn't get any? Oh, he just fucking passed out.
Against such an insidious foe.
I love that they have Emmett doing the, like, narration. Yeah, we're only a little bit into Endwalker, but yeah, this is a brand new area. I'm just giddy.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
That damn teleportation sickness.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
I got this. They reset me to level 1. You manage to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Reducing movement speed. Fun! Now see, this is better. This is better than resetting me to level 1. Ether sickness. You there, I need 3 drinks. Something that helps settle ether sickness. By the Monsuna Traveler. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me, my special Amra Lassi. Made only with the finest and freshest ingredients, it's famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of warm... look at this big boy. By way of warm welcome to Thavnair, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles, a bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery. And you want to say much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you might cry out be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand for Estinian and use deny. Deny it! It's bad. Don't do it. Thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? The merchant is swindling. Serious apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then. Your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. I got to help my friends not be sick. Praise be the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Estidian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us to Taru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Estinian's so good. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. What a group of lads. Thy hair. Oh! Aye, I've bound it. Which is the most I could do against the heat, sure not shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's Thavnairian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. It's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphanar could hold a candle to you. I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. Oh! I'm calling him out. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnair as its dominion, the nation of Radz at hand had long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodara, the Montaga tribe, indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a cultural rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture had come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radz at hand. Yet such a status cannot be taken for granted, Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given the merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose but learning more. So, ere we to seek Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedliham? Yedliham? Excellent. We didn't get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. I wish I could, like, change the text size on my... Wait, I can? That is way too tiny. Oh, shit. There we go. Look at that. Now I can read chat without having to lean over, because I have chat on my my Chromebook. Now I can read you guys with my good eyes. Right. Let's split up and make inquiries in town. Lady, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though a mere sight of it may be. Because I look at chat with your eyes. Oh god, that Endwalker theme coming through like that on the horn, so good. Oh hey, we can mount. We got big boy. Now that's a mount. Fuck, mounts are so cool. I need more mounts. Crate of fruit. The crate is laden with fruits, but they're on the verge of spoiling as if they've been left for too long. We survey with the Halloween lady. Gazing out for the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby islands with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you've visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Interesting. So for a very popular port town, doesn't have a lot of traffic right now. Isn't that interesting? But why? But why? What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Businesses have never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. Could have consortium to keep afloat like Colossal. I have no idea if I said that. I don't envy his position. Better be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're travel by the looks of you? If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Calzal a visit. He'll be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him in the Saltwind Sails, the harbor guild building across the water from here. God, it's so good. I really like the theme. Oh, now, if this isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared. It just stood there and loomed ominously. Perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had spawned fell fiends as well. We still have our lives to thank to the Radiant Host, but business as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. Okay, so it is linked to the tower. Can we... how... yeah. This is the one of the towers that is summoning the lunar primals. That the I already forgot the name of the organization. Organization 13, that's right.
The Damascens aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it?
I don't know, but yelling at me is gonna help. All I know is their plans haven't changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And there's that tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city had its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk.
Ah, this will be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about the Damascens. Surely some ship is still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hanish favorites. Our consortium works close with merchants and artisans to supply our finest wares. Quality is guaranteed.
I know all these things cause all I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled and are indefinitely postponed. And you are?
Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we were discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others.
Excuse me. Hang on. I can't do it. There you go. My name is Matsya. I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Elephant. Oh, look at this. Onslaught now has 2 charges. This doesn't have beasts anymore. I looked into that. I'm very excited about it. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akyali. Akyali? Yeah, Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man. I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people? Shit, my chat went away. There it is. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. Then you must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me. The portion I couldn't preserve, and I wanted to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. And I've only ever dealt with Kalzal. I can't stand customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead? Show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Okay. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with the customers. I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, say, shall we say 3 people here in Yellowham? I will observe you and learn. Elephant party member. Can we get him to walk in the water? Oh, I almost got him. Haha! He's in the water. Oh! He phased through the floor. He's amazing. Yours? Straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. I'm saying that one because it's bosom. I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh, but this is rather sudden. I don't need any fish right now, so thanks, but no thanks. Shit! I failed! Never mind. It never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'll fare better with the next customer. Lady Jingle's not good at this either. She's not good at talking to people. She's good at killing people. This poor elephant guy, he doesn't know. Let's see it again. You're off from work for the weekend? Hell yeah. All right, we gotta make a sale, guys. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some armor. Let's say it doesn't. You don't need to export quality. What do you need some armor for? Why, for eating, of course. May seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade. With no vessels coming these days, the wars are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming from the overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that. Wears me down. I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. Pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. I took my mind off troubles for a moment. Oh shit! We just had a conversation! I'm bad at sales. Okay, I don't think he likes when I'm on a mount, so I'm just gonna walk. Is it in this building? No? Oh, it's up there. Hey, Emerald, how you doing? All right, this time, definite sale. Easy. I'm rather busy. Oh God, my stomach. Ether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. I'm in a hurry to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish will settle your stomach. What is the last thing I need right now? Go sell your fish to someone else. Shit! We just approached him at a bad time. Thanks so much for your demonstration. It truly was an eye-opening experience. Yes, I failed 3 sales. Am I gonna get a duty failed? Try again, idiot. Okay, the problem was you wouldn't let me intimidate them, Matsya, okay? If you let me intimidate them, I will make them want fish. Yeah, nicely timed rain. Sad. Sad we failed. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Oh, you didn't manage to sell any fish in the end. By the way, you fiercely approach strangers gave me courage. When I peddle my wares, I'll remember your example and endeavor to be fearless too. I did something right. Still, there's only so much I could do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Zot soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. And who should it be? Oh!
And who should it be but Matsya?
Zot, have you finished your business at the guild?
So you were there too? Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't options at this rate.
So you can't buy my fish anymore?
I'm sorry, Matsya, I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods.
But for myself, I can't.
I want to help you, I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured all into the consortium. I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. My friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness.
Zot. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Damn. You never seen this game before? So, just about 2 hours ago, the final expansion for this story, the main plot of Final Fantasy XIV. This is the final expansion. There will be more expansions later, but a different story. We get to deliver fruit. We get to deliver fruit. These are just side quests that I'm doing right now. Yeah, it just came out, so this is all brand new. So, I'm very excited. Where's the person? Oh god. Oh god. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Oh man, I want that mount so bad. That dragon. The long spindly one. He's so freaking cool. Damn it, man. Everyone's showing off their cool mounts. I don't have any cool mounts. Sorry, the side quests I'm not going to narrate. Because a lot of them are just like, go do the thing for me. Oh, they have the Ozma. It's not fair. I want the Ozma mount so bad. It's so hard to get. Slow bird. Favorite mount. I hate that mount. Screw that mount. Can you buy mounts in the game? Yes. A lot of them, though, are very hard to get, so people don't sell them because they don't get to, you know? Ones that, like, drop for dungeons and stuff like that are usually sold. You can buy a lot of them, but they're pretty expensive, and I have no money right now. This just allows us to use that. Okay. So you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard the tower's affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be just such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are most slightly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of the hapless thralls to call forth the Luna Primal. Business as usual for the Telophori. Telophori! Gotta remember that. That's the name of the people who made the towers. And who we're trying to thwart right now. That Matsya fellow you were helping, he's Arkasodara, is he not? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is the perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkasodara? Would be their primary target. For 'tis with faith their ancestors which prevaileth on this land are many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Akyali lies to the west, if I recall. The same direction as Creel's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Saying, yeah, a lot of the proper nouns and shit, I have no fucking chance saying them correctly. But I'm gonna try. Damn it. Also, there's a blue quest over here. Gotta grab the blue quests. Because those usually unlock stuff. Ah, it's an ether current. So one thing I do know is I'm actually going to edit my mount roulette to be just this because this mount is faster by default. Flying speed, I believe, is the same, but its ground speed is faster. It's already ranked 2 because they said it looked weird going so slow. Turtle. Oh, hang on, we gotta see new shit. So I can do this now. So the fun thing is this little button here makes me do scary rage. I see. Okay, so now in a release, normally it lasted 10 seconds and you had infinite uses. Now you get 3 uses of it. Interesting, but it recharges much faster. That's still a meaty fucking hit. I have so little health. They reworked all the like numbers for health and damage and everything. Normally I almost had 200,000. You look at all these effects and buttons and attacks. I totally get that. It's introduced very slowly, and honestly, the class I'm playing, Warrior, is like. Granted, I haven't played a lot of the other classes, but I feel like it's a very simple one. The rotation is super easy, and it's like very clear what to do. This is what I seek. Okay, we have 3 coffers. We can open up these bad boys. Well, I like those arm pieces. Them taunting me with their damn Ozma mount. How dare they? Calling me out. See you, Trustmolo. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, you can turn down spell effects too. I think I have mine turned down for everyone else, like 1 degree, but mine are still fully active. The Dusk Mother, no one told me Cancun was a Montaga. What? Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Montagan? Montaga? Is your companion quite alright? Ah, understandable reaction. The Gajasuro tribe have much disdained the reputation for our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? I can fight. I can fight. An escort duty. Yeah, we're 80 and this is the, you know, 4th expansion. So it's a lot. I've been intimidated to like pick up some newer classes. I definitely want to play through the whole game as warrior first before I start doing other classes. Even though I finished Blue Mage. Blue Mage is like an optional thing or like a side thing, not a main class. Break your brain, pick up ninja. Yeah, Viz is doing ninja. The ones I was looking at doing was either monk or like black mage. That's a big ass fucking elephant. It's an angry ass elephant too. Oh shit. 2 angry ass elephants? Easy. Blue Mage is overpowered, but it's designed to be overpowered. It caps at level 70. Did I ever stream any more FF5? Oh, we will. I've been out of town for a week. I had a funeral, and I just got back like 2 hours ago, or 4 hours ago, 6 hours ago. When I got it recently. So I lost a week, so we didn't get to stream anything. But we will get back to it. We'll get back to that and the Twilight Princess rando. Damn it, I have to do this whole conversation again because I got hit with the AoE. Do not attack me. God damn it. This sucks. They keep pulling them on me. Don't you dare. Thank God. Just skipped out. Thank God. Okay, we got out. We got out. Just day one things. Man, I want that mount so bad. Ether current. I'm just gonna grab like side quests and stuff. Just to have them. I definitely want to focus on main plot though, but ether currents are essential. Speaking of which, I need this. Oh. Move to my collection. To the east! Oh yeah, let's see how many actual ether currents there are. Because I think that got reduced. Looks like there's still the same amount. Maybe for the old zones they reduced. Yeah, it looks like the old zones got reduced. Never play on patch day. Too excited. I also don't want to, you know, get spoiled or anything. So I'd rather just play. There it is. Just hiding. Yeah, I don't mind everything being crowded. That was the first instance of, like, shenanigans where they kept interrupting my quest because so many people kept activating the quest. So you need to get all those ether currents basically to fly in the zone. Some are locked behind quests. And then there's a bunch of them that are scattered throughout the world. And the crowds are kind of fun because I only started playing this game back in July. So I've never gotten to experience the game in its, you know, heyday. Oh, it's Matya! Oh, I forgot this was main plot. I wonder how the elephant people feel about there being giant elephants walking around. Same way about... Yeah, that makes sense. Same way about gorillas, yeah. Oh god. I'm not even attacking mine. God damn it. That could have been bad. If multiple people kept doing that, that could have been really bad. Where did it go? Why are you here? So you found him in time? You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And those men came. Kidnap us. We heard the Arcasodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well? Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. Well, we've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean's all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care to not travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from that tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the Tower of Zot. House of Divinities, in the old tongue it means. But they are not true divinities. They are monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and fully justified art thou in thine range. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all the way to save us? Really? I think you had peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and would be honored to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akayali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. Man, I need to put my beanie back on. I'm freezing. I shaved my head when I traveled. And, I'm cold now. So 'tis the simulacra of the Varian gods are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there could be none. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray we will be able to save them. The finger hooves make you kind of uncomfortable. Yeah. No, indeed. Saving them will mean confronting the false gods just like not. I, as you said, will do to study their religious traditions to Akayali. Oh my god. The Yokai Watch limited event stuff. Welcome to Akayali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here to save, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Asved. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Alright. Kanga.
You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups: the Manusia, beings of wisdom who assume the form of man, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beast.
This sucks. My package has been delivered. Dan went and checked the post office on Monday. I haven't gotten word back, but I will ask him if he has anything for me. Thank you so much again, Narya.
Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives.
Okay. Hasveda. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Pick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusa and the Mirga deities who look like man and beast respectively were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya and Mirga cast aside their own heads to took up of their foes. Likewise, the Manusa covered their might to the Mirga, so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusa have worn animal faces, and Mirga have the limbs of men. Beast face. Beast body? No, beast head. Trying to think what it could be.
There you are.
Oh, nope, that's Matsuya. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our cause, I trust? While you were off talking to others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you to this hanging scroll which depicts our three most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. What's it gonna be? Our Manusa. You heard about them already, yes? Three sisters! It's the Final Fantasy X summon. It's the summon for Final Fantasy X! Oh, fuck. That's great. The center one is the elders. Cinderuva, the goddess of wisdom, for this alchemist hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva, the goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Miss Durva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and is so beloved by weavers. Yeah, I can't remember what their name was in Final Fantasy X, but it was the three sisters. I know this and then Anima are in the game, so I was curious to see if it was going to be one of them. Because they referenced that these two were getting added. I love it. So cool. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which keep people in their homes for good fortune. Magus sisters, there you go. In the fashion of the Manusa, deities appear to preside over a myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have the occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Want to become famous? No. Oh shit, that was another text box. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It is said that the ancestor of the Satrap, the ruler of Rods at Hand, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. The divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, a dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Krill's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Krill's notes, we're to find a place at the Great Work further north along the coast. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes when you meet her, take care to not drown in them. He's got the hots. He's got the hots. South. I'm gonna just try to grab these as we go. But I'll probably come back and get some of these off stream. I love how you can see the tower. Oh shit. We got some elephants that don't like me. Jesus. Anyone want to do a leveling roulette? What are you talking about? No. MSQ, baby! MSQ only thing to do. Well, everyone's dead. It's great. It's a good sign.
What happened here?
Black Rose? They'd be dead, though, if it was Black
Their
Rose.
dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact,
Satrap.
to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Zombies! Kill them!
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, Such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Mmm.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, is she Nidhana?
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Fucking Dragon Balls.
Draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
And we never saw Studium again.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
I don't know if I'd call that giddy.
I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidhana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Little robot. It's a cool room. Y'all, don't you know not to use mounts? Rude. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Lady is an eminently capable substitute. We will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions? Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in such a consequential way. In order to strike back, the Satrap Betas alchemists created enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack the innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales provide the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. we seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. Ha! Perhaps so, and knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But as for your task, we ask only you to serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, as for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work at the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful to any assistance you could provide. If you are ready then, let us put our blessings to the proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. I'm curious if, like, because Studium has, like, such ties to dragons, maybe he's, like, resistant to the tempering of primals as well, too. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I'll give you the fruit of our sweet tears. Our sweat tears and many sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of the corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. This should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. You should be observing from a safe distance. Commence etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance. Follow the drunken Deepa's lead and try not to fall behind. It's We're struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Got it. You gotta be away from it. Killing time. The quest. We obtained the Drunken Deeper. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees, a promising sign. But come, let me take the Deeper off your hands. Thank you, I shall replenish its ether from when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There's no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request aid for your task ahead with easy hearts. You are capable warrior, are you? Too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires use of a special ink. We've exhausted our stores and the key ingredient for it, spiritweed. A herb grows not far from here. We'd like to grow and harvest some. With the recent spat of kidnappings, however, we... Arcos Odara travel alone to our peril. Will you not come with me as an escort? I will compensate you for your troubles, of course. What do you think that AoE smells like? Cotton candy. Clearly. Or no, it smells like vanilla extract, but you also get the taste of vanilla extract, which is way too strong. You're like, oh, it's a pleasant smell, but then you get like too much. You're like, ugh. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, not pleasant. But maybe if you're like Lady Jingle and you have the blessing of the light, you're just like, oh, it's a pleasant vanilla smell. Everyone else is like, ugh! I can't take it. It's too much vanilla. Ah, here we are. Kaja's footsteps. No? I don't think I actually clicked the button. I think I'm gonna make another cup of coffee. Sky Eagles! Sky Aegis! Sorry, I saw Eagles.
Yes, that would be Radzat Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
Thank you for 6 months.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
Okay, I'm gonna start another cup of coffee and use this time to go to the bathroom real quick. It's weird because I'm like so excited to play this right now. But I'm also very tired. That's why the second cup of coffee is coming in handy here. Because I've been traveling. I've been at airports and shit since 10 this morning. And I got back at 10 at night. We'll go till I feel like I should actually sleep.
Which isn't gonna be anytime soon, because it's Endwalker, baby.
Well, he is the most important person in Radzadhan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra.
Arkasodra.
When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from
Damn,
the
that's
mainland
beautiful.
decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzadhan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Something bad's gonna happen. We're not there. That's how something bad's gonna happen.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owe? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
So this is an Ascian, obviously. He's possessing the body of, I think it was Ashai? Ashi? Doesn't, he's a douchebag in his life. But he died.
And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat? with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal. Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
So, one of the things about the Ascians is there were 3 unsundered Ascians. Emmett Selk, Labre, and Elidibus. They were not torn into 14 pieces by Hydaelyn. And their ultimate goal was to create the Calamities, to restore the source to its natural state and get their family and friends and everything restored back to how it originally was. That was their goal. This guy, the other Ascians, now that those 3 are gone, because we've imprisoned and killed them all, these lower Ascians, I believe they're fractured, like they're sundered already, so they're not like their full original selves, and they don't really care as much as the original goal of the Ascians of returning the source to its original state. So he's just kind of like, I just want to fuck shit up, and we don't know if he has like some big ulterior motive yet or anything like that. Right now he's just like, I want to bring about the end of the world. Like, for the sake of chaos. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? We shall. He likes a mustache troll. Yeah. Well, so that body is, there was this lady who, was in Stormblood. She defected from, the Doma, her homeland, to work for the Empire. I cannot remember her name. But she basically was like a commanding officer. Gatsuya, thank you. And it was revealed that basically her parents sold her and put her into slavery, and that caused her to hate her country, basically, and eventually led her to join the Empire. And her brother, which is that body, was kind of the one who, during a prisoner exchange, he... Is that just a naked person floating in the sea? That's great. He brought the parents before her after she had lost her memories and stuff. She remembered everything all at once, and then, like, in a fit of rage, summoned a primal, which also killed her parents, and at her dying breath, killed her brother. Ashi? Because he was a piece of shit. He was terrible. But I believe he had a lot of wealth, which is what Fandaniel is using that body for. His connections and power. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on a talisman. Oh, you're both back. Excellent. That's not the voice I should have given him. I have a message for you, Mr. Snidhanda. It would seem the stores of Giant Gall are running low. What? But when I just looked like it was plenty. I suspect before your Ange told me everything about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared a knowledge of dragons, your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. What if it leads to new possibilities, then far from it be it for me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Lady, loth I owe you to press another task so soon. May I ask you to fetch the giant's gnaw? Giant's gall? Giant's gall? If you're not familiar, giant's gall is a type of ore found on the island. Owing its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it's found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose you once more? Impose on you, even? Upon arriving on the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuha, who will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of hamsa, Mrs.? By all means, try not to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. Hamsa these nuts. That's not even a joke. Okay, we gotta talk to this lad over here because he's got an ether current, most likely. Yes. Man, I want this mount so bad. It's so cool. It's hecka cool, man. Here are our Hamsen, lady. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close to your kin of Eorzean dodos. Hamsen have long kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the target of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. An account of said hatchery is being situated near the tower. The Radiant Host repurposed its remains as an outpost. Remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth to your word. Oh shit. We're fucking going! Let us be off. You haven't ridden daughters before. Be warned that they have a wobbling gait. Lady Jingle does not like. Not a fan. Ooh, I like this little cutscene. That spectacular formation stretching out something. The sword legend holds was wielded by Matsuya against the Murga before it was cast down at conflict's end. Hammer, please! Did not like that. To the left, requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there, though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. I feel like that mount is slower actually moving than it is walking. The skyship one. I need this mount. Can we buy it? Do we get it for free? The best thing is I want to see those fly, because they can fly. If it's an actual mount, it'd be like the fat chocobo. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well. Who should it be but young Varshan? On an errand from the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me to collect a report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude of the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we've enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains a front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? Wonder how that fellow is faring.
Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I'm certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency.
Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but I still worry for you. You would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you. And for you as a little brother to us all, take care, do you hear?
I will not be. Thank you.
And who might you be? Not Hanish by the look of her.
Permit me to introduce Lady Jingle of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman.
From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what's the situation like?
May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn from something of value, I believe.
Excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would gladly be any tidings you can share. You too. Bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have.
Not sure if small or not. He's just a baby. Child.
I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telefri? We know they're ones behind the tower and they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What does they want? This we don't understand. Chaos! What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight with everything we got, like Eorzea and our Far Eastern brothers. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have been taken to calling it, suddenly appeared when it did... where it did in the Isle of Thavnair. Sure. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far in the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Not well. Our struggles are not unique. Our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. So yeah, in the center, there's like pods of the captured like local beast tribes. And when you get close and try to activate anything, it like tortures them, which leads to them calling out for help in the form of a primal. And it like forcibly brings out the primals. It occurs to me I have yet properly introduced our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order of the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with the heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What are the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Yep. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect the calls for aid to be answered.
Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub, both Radzat-Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone had been grateful for your account. But come, you best cease your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need not follow the road to the east.
Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Till we meet again! Shit, it's right here. Oh god, that's gonna kill me, isn't it? We're fine. Funny house. He did say go to the east, right? I was not really paying attention. Damn it! I wish... I need to figure out if I can change my setting for chat to not close. This is indeed Giant's Gall Grounds. I'm Zenuha. Zenuha. Is there something you require? Some nuts. Ah, welcome back, lady. Dare I hope you have the Giant's Gall? Oh, such fine specimens. Specimens! 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 Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous test. When it is ready, it will be time for a true test, so please take your ease while you can. I'm just waiting for, like, something to make me cry. Essentially. As soon as Ardbert... If Ardbert shows up again, I'm gonna cry, chat. Tears will happen. I just don't know when. Oh, late Jingle taking a little chill on the beach.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Tancred's gonna die. Oh god.
have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavnair, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat.
They refer to the planet as a star. So they're talking about this world.
Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Ah, you little bitch. Kill him!
What is it? What did you see?
A little bitch.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
Yeah, Urianger's
The vessel holds. This is the one.
Urianger's vocabulary is very strong.
At long last.
Something bad's about to happen. Good things happening, something bad's about to happen.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments.
Nope, crap.
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, you need it, ask. That's a Lady Jingle thing.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
With pleasure. She's like, yeah, let's overlook that fact.
Dana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore.
Oh shit. Something's gonna go wrong. Something's going wrong. Deliver the sack of nut. How hard it would be to KO, yeah. Ah yes, the line of people doing the same quest as me. Look at me with my slightly increased mount speed. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if you should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Should I become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that. But you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind. And perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Here we go. 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 I'm almost able to snap with my left hand.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now.
Sick.
It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Here's my bet. Fandaniel's gonna steal it. And she's gonna become a thrall.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
I don't like the music, and something's gonna happen. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Lady Jingle does need the trinket because of the blessing of Hydaelyn. Damn, this tower is fucking huge. This is not what the other... Well, I guess we didn't actually see look all the elephant lads trapped. Oh, you little bitch. Fandaniel, I hate him.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Fandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the Convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking.
So the Convocation was the people who went about summoning Zodiark, I believe. And there were Elidibus, Emmett Selk, and La Habrea were unsundered. They're still original full selves. And they're gone.
Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Oh shit, is he an Allegan?
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
This is what the echo shows us.
At your service. 'Tis. 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 '
Oh. I know the name Amon.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace.
Are they the one who made Omega?
Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
C-Thrame, thank you for the...
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
I think Zand is a guy from the Crystal Tower.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Well, that went bad. Okay, before we get too much further in, I want to do some quick research. Okay. Amon was a boss in Circus Tower. Okay. Which we fought. He's the, like, skeleton-looking dude. Amon was a skilled technologist and magician in those days. He tried to revitalize the ancient Alleg through an unusual plan by resurrecting the first Allegan Emperor Zand back from the dead to lead his civilization to glory days once again. He exhumed the Emperor from his tomb and successfully revived him. Under the Reborn Emperor's leadership, the Empire returned to prosperity and resumed many of its original ambitions in its first life, eventually conquering Mercidia. Unfortunately, the resurrection had scarred Zand's soul due to the memory of his death. This brooding left the Emperor to make a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness to open a void gate and reduce Hydaelyn to nothingness. To accomplish this, he needed an extra solar energy created by Dalamun and its Elder Prime channeled to Circus Tower to open a world of darkness. This proved to be too much for the tower to contain. An excess energy release triggered a massive earthquake that destroyed the Allegan Empire and ushered the Fourth Umbral Era. The Circus Tower had sunken into the earth as a result, so Amon had himself, Zand, and the tower's inhabitants all frozen in time until the tower was awakened by the fall of Dalmund during the Seventh Era. Okay. Sloppy Joes for lunch or dinner? I do love a Sloppy Joe. Anytime is good for Sloppy Joes. Maybe more of a lunch Sloppy Joe. I feel like Sloppy Joe's is a good lunch. You returned, but where is Mistress Nidana? Anusa preserved. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work.
Everything's great, guys.
We already smashed his face once. Yes, but now he's immortal. Because he was part of the convocation. But that explains how all of this fucked up tech that the Empire is using, such as the tower and stuff. Because he's an Allegan scientist, basically. So it was Fandaniel after all. Excuse me. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily, lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you are the one to explain. Boopy 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 doopy doop! Tim! A sub for the hours I spent watching your VODs over the VOD channel. Thank you so much for the sub. 2 months. I really appreciate that. Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Well, Nidhana is trapped in the tower. She's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved a peril to herself. So let us make more scales that she and all those who are taken might be saved. Aye, as a alchemist, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me to give you a link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for Ayos and visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nedana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. The fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet with you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would like to discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable with you, would you not accompany me to Razat Han for an audience with His Excellency? I'm very curious to see His Excellency. I'm expecting a big-ass dragon. We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can be only that of benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates of the East Giant's Guard grounds, and I will show you into the city. Scooty Gang, thank you for 6 months. You're really around for live streams. Great to see you. Great to see you. We are very hype about Endwalker just coming out. So we're gonna binge it. With the scales and all would be fitting. Yeah. But I'm curious the size more so. Also the fact they said Dragon Ally and the Excellency coming to aid, or the Satrap coming to aid. I have a feeling there might be like a pact between the Satrap and Estinian. Because the intro cutscene has Estinian riding a dragon. Which is a dragon we haven't seen before. It looked kind of like Tiamat, but a little different. So I guess we will find that out soon. If it's the same dragon from the cutscene. I have one of those as a mount. Also, hang on. I'm gonna see if I can change this to settings. I'm trying to change this so I don't have to wiggle my Chromebook every few seconds for chat. Keep display on. Okay, maybe that fixed it. Okay, hopefully that fixed it. You're new to Final Fantasy XIV, been watching Dan Floyd's Preyframe videos, excited to see you playing it too. I got hooked. I only started playing it in July and finished all of the main story, or all the MSQ. And since today new MSQ is out, I'm back to being hooked. It's good you know your shit. You're only level 56 and was regularly zoning out when playing Final Fantasy. That is totally fine too. I just found, like, pretty much with, like, Heavensward, that was when I was like, I want to start learning. And even though Stormblood was a weak point for me, MSQ-wise, still some really cool things happen. It was just a little poorly paced, I think, in my opinion. And it didn't hit a lot of my interests compared to the other expansions. So I struggled through that, and my friend bought me a story skip for it. So I just watched cutscenes after the fact. Shadowbringers, I was like enthralled with, though. The city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you've been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. There's still a fair level of like, it's okay to skip stuff in Final Fantasy XIV because there's a lot of like just
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair.
fetch quests and simple
To
stuff.
its stony surface clings the city of Rhodes at Han.
Those I usually skip, but I'm trying not to do any skips for MSQ stuff, just in case.
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Orb? My hands are freezing.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Rods at Han.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megaduta.
Yeah, coming from a while, I wasn't prepared for the slightest overall quality of storytelling. Yeah, that's kind of what drew me in so much, because I heard so many people say like the story's amazing, it's incredible, and I enjoyed pretty much all the story. Again, Stormblood was the weak point for me, but Shadowbringers was like, I bawled. I cried like a baby multiple times through that expansion. And this is the same team that wrote, the same lead writer. So I'm very excited. And it's nice because like,
Seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
it's one of those things like you can play just the MSQ, you know, like you don't have to do the whole MMO thing. You can play just the main quest and be done with the game, which honestly I'll probably like be kind of close to that ballpark because I love the MSQ and I do like playing MMO stuff from time to time, so I might do side things because I do like unlocking the mounts and stuff like that. But if it starts to feel like a grind, I can always check it out. I just love the story too much. Have I done the Dark Knight quest? I know it's the same writer. I have not, though. I know it's the same writer and everything. I just have like no interest in the class quests. I'll someday I'll try it. The warrior one was just so like boring and not interesting to me. I was just like, I don't see the interest. But I know everyone's praised the Dark Knight one so much, so I'll give it a chance someday.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
There's 2 new classes in this expansion, the Sage and the Reaper. A healer and a DPS.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
Oh, that's His Excellency. Never mind.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
It's a trap! No.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
That's okay. Estinian's with me. I'm like, I thought it was gonna be a dragon.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
Not the Majesty. Is the Dargan.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
That does look like the one.
And for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
It does look like the one Estinian mounts. I don't know. Maybe not.
Vritra of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
The great worm is the satrap, Thancred.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, They too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz at Han.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
That's the thing, hang on.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh.
Dragon's eyes are the source of power in this universe, and you can actually, like, take the dragon's power by holding the eye and using it. Estinian had Nidhogg's eye for most of Heavensward. Holding both of Nidhogg's eyes is what led him to get possessed and stuff like that. They are very magical artifacts in this realm.
The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
That explains why the kid was like, I'm good.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
Yeah, I'm really happy Estinian. Estinian basically unofficially joined the Scions. He was like, you have my aid until the world is not on fire. Because he's fantastic. I love him.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz at Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou Without its cast down false gods in Padelthan and Cartanau, I am told.
That was the fight with Lunar Bahamut.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Hell yeah. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now we have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan, muster the suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. I do!
I love violent nausea.
Oh, I can't even go in. Do you think I can get to that? I don't like the look of those marbles. Oh, I can't even go down? Are you kidding me? I see. I see. We can't even go in. Estinian, you could have just said sure. Yeah. Listen, you gotta be extra. Who amongst our companions is not extra? Maybe Creel? Creel's non-extra, maybe. So I'm curious if this quest is going to be like, we should figure out what's going on in Sharlayan first. Because I'm just going to continue this thread until we... Oh yeah, Minfilia was pretty bland. Her dress was extra, but she was pretty straightforward. I did not read what he just fucking said. Okay, so yeah, they want me to investigate what's going on here first. Oh my god, that's such a cool minion. Wind up Dalamud? That's awesome. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you now stand before the gnomes of the Numenor, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archives of Numenor extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Ubo Library pale in comparison to Numenor's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded certain access to restricted vaults. I've dispatched Jistola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphanod will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon the Sharlayan history and foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches once we're there. We found some promising tomes. Happy hunting! Yeah, so when the more players that are in an area, the more it plays that ambient and like chatter. I love it. It's such a cool effect. I know some people like don't like it, but it's so good to me. Long, long ago on the island of the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadian man by the name of Ninkrumf. Ninkrumf was the study of astrology and divined that flood terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the Imperial Realm. Flood arrived foretold, and to the horror of the strangely churning waters drove people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that the Nirnkif's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nirnkif wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Albithia's spire. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before the disputes of the dwindling supply of food led to the violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nirnkif gathered him to his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. Then journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed upon the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and the time became known as Sharlayan. We live to this day. Okay. Many years ago on the banks of Thalic in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. Oh, we found this place. Isilcrid? This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 in the 6th Astral Era. Its Scholars dispatched in Eorzea found the faculties wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion of structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town and an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when the discussion turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as the Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed it for themselves, the corner of their abandoned colony, and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. That's the name I was thinking of. That wasn't a relevant book? Seemed relevant to me. In the years that followed the founding of Sharlayan, a civic policy and other matters of import were decided at Ecclesia, a public forum in which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this forum became increasingly impractical. A large number of participants gave rise to ever-longing debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced to attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 2201, in the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of nationwide vote. This was the form we know today, conceived and created. Okay. Yeah, it's triggered by player count. It just happens to be, it's usually by like the crystal and stuff. Isn't it so cool? Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but the vastness of beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologist of Alleg who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss, who was they who launched Dalamund, and which sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Earthbound? Having read all of the ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? If it were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the different past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey through the future? Would it shock to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? So much reading. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest of your body as you should? No. I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night engrossed in philosophy study, I had an epiphany. The world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we so very few years left in life to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with this mantra, I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Though mindful, healthy living, you will extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, you explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. I am 20. I can eat candy and sleep for 1 week, and no back pain. Hey MD, how you doing? During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Nirkamph, the Arc guy, founder of Sharlayan, once bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought about the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on the island of the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of the Savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge and of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war with knowledge to deliver for the world. I think we're done with books. Waking up kind of anxious, but otherwise okay. Happy about when I came in. Happy to have you here. I am doing well. I'm very happy to be back. I haven't slept since I got back. I've been traveling all day, but I'm very excited to be playing this. So that's kind of where I'm at. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphanod and Krill should be along shortly. Kryl. I keep saying Krill. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles on the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially irrelevant tomes, if they're even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. Seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphanod and I were to return to Sharlayan, we would not be allowed access with the threshold. What a douche. A harsh measure indeed. I hope our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Do they live here in the city? Oh, well, my situation is somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Isilbard. Isilbard, in fact? For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in the Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, and that they might prevent the remnants of the Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as it is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald remained the region locus Almonos. Among us? When I was a boy, the nearby town came to the jurisdiction of an industrious imperial family. The nobles of House Darnus. Darnus, these nuts. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and tradition of Allag. I like how the light just turned on because it's nighttime now. This world has too many calamities. The calamities are being brought about for a specific reason. Because that is the goal of the Scions. Because with every calamity, a shard is returned to the source. And 7 calamities have happened. As the last child born with Allagan I was given over to the custody of the friends of the student of Baldesion, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered, forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken by the Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans must be common among Sharlayans than you think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity? I don't fucking know! We outsiders can even earn the vaulted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling manner of our impending doom. Excuse me while we may have some headway in these books, lady. More company should be arriving any moment now. Wait. 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 Hey, can someone do uptime for me? Shit. It split the VOD. Damn it. That sucks. That's unfortunate. I will have to stitch these together then. We've returned with our selections. Is it coffee time? I actually have coffee. What I am going to do is go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back, chat. Enjoy the sound of crickets. I return. I also got out of my jeans and put on pajama pants, and I'm so much comfier. And I also got myself a water because I needed a refill. We've returned with our selections, although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed, Mistress Kryle. Kryle has already flicked through every book history devoted to disasters, more than a few which barely had mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers of Umbral Calamities, as well as articles written by prominent Forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events at Amarot firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. Let's do it. Oh, so the final days were when the world was initially ending, and the Convocation summoned Zodiark to save them, basically. Well, thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Destabilization of creation magics, primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether, worst common phenomena, destabilization. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc in all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in a terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the acts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, these techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishola surmises the closest magic in which can summoning rituals propagated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Alphanod, you can answer this one. They say it began with a keen sound from the land itself. The entire star was engulfed in disaster at once. I want to say that one. Ah, yes, the Amarotnians spoke of it, didn't they? We never heard of the sound itself, but, of course, thrust as we were in the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarot was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Nomonan's mammoths, and ask any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elizabeth serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. Half of the population sacrificed themselves to summon, or I don't know if it was that or the entire population or like the group that was summoning. It was like half of them. I can't remember. I think it was half the population. But we don't know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set alight. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls that intended to render unto Zodiark a trade that would but allow them to resurrect the shades of loved one absorbed by the primal. Or might have, but Venat and her father was not manifested their opposition in the form of Highland. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now that my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telafari truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with the towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by the unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? It's all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return to our attention to the form, shall we? We should keep an eye out for your Shola, but 'tis time to begin studying these research papers. Just keep throwing lives at the problem. Yeah, that's it. Wait. All the minions summoned at once, Jesus. I'm the last, am I? Well, I extended search of the Archon stacks, produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Ariange learned that the source is reflection of the Gurn oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed Apocrypha? And sealed away in the Great Gulag Library. Gubal. 'Tis even less likely that the knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, will be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that then my colleagues, be they Archons or Counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted... Alize's doing a read. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunal with knowledge of the Telefri and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Yay, Endwalker, thank you for 10 months! Thank you so much! Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I don't want to read! Reading's scary! Even if the whole capturing and displaying the people in the tower was just for show, the problem is they still... I'm thinking Fandaniel wants something that's not the end of days. I think he has a totally different agenda. Because he is a sundered Ascian. So I think their motives are unknown at this time. I don't think he's seeking to restore the source to its original glory. I think we still don't know. We do know now who Fandaniel is, but I don't think that's the Who am I talking to? Where is she? There she is. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? I don't have any new pets yet. There's a little crocodile though. I don't know if he's new. The day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. Shit. 81! Hog. Foot gear? I'll see. Ready for a tea break, lady? I know I am. I love how they call me lady. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit.
You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come meet me at the outside tables. I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Coffee? 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 Someone say coffee? Coffee? Who needs sleep when breakfast burrito? Cause I coffee. Waiting woman. You're gonna wait longer. You're not a main quest. I have no interest in you. Oh god, I have to use the bridge. Thanks for hanging with me, folks. I know this is not my normal shtick, but I'm excited for it, and I just want to share this. How am I liking things so far? I love it. The new zones are really cool. Honestly, not much has happened, but I'm very happy to see more of Estinian. Really just curious about where everything's going. As busy as ever, I see. Very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Teleferi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? I like how they have the little, like, escorts where you can, like, talk with people and stuff. That's cute. I like it.
Can a man enjoy a moment of private respite? Respite? Why do I always say respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You knew the Teleferi. These enemies of peace have promised to end all we hold dear, and you're a house lover, girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are, giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've not say to the likes of you. Aw, that makes me sad. You'll be excited to play Endwalker content in like 5 years when you finally catch up? I get it. There is so much in this freaking video game. If it isn't the Miss Leveilleur, my apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum. If word reached that Mr. Forshaw was helping you, sorry to have bothered you. Aww. Welcome, madame. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mr. Salazar I see? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon. Imager links okay? Yeah, your links are alright in my chat. Owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the Studium. It seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphanauta had set sail for Eorzea, but you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright? It's complicated. I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Leveilleur. Sorry, my mustache is bothering me. Master Fortunault may be news of your family's doings, never stay secret for long, no matter how discreet he had been. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? Wait, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. What's... And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Copy? 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 Exactly. Exactly. I wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor from Sharlayan, aren't you? Visitor of Sharlayan. Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up a friendly conversation while you're settling down the food. You might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I'm a barista jingle now. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where of these dishes need to go. The tea set is for the chatty group, sitting by the water's edge. The omelet's for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gilsa. She's sitting at the outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see Mikote Gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? Now, if you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain. Chatty bunch. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talafa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, they may be happy to talk your ear off. I mean, Dan wants to know about that. I don't know about Lady Jingle. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. I think it's coming in a later patch, the Harvest Moon kind of thing. Yeah, I think that's planned for one of the post-content patches. The Telofari? Oh, yes, I remember seeing their name in the latest Gazette. That's some grand claim about the end of days? Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools go tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice. I fully support our decisions to remain neutral. Alas, 7 big lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved to suffer these to afford this heavenly dish. The final days, this is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushing off his feet. Must be busy this time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sorts. Travel the world procuring things that we've gotten here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named are those folk who trail the reapers of the fields, picking up every grain which we miss. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telofari are making good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Good option for people that can't manage it, I guess. Yeah. For sure. I'm excited to see it. Coffee. Let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the style, away from the gossips and the wagging tongues. Want to become famous? No, I don't. Thank you, though. Yeah, we've had like 3 bots this stream, but I don't have my chat open on my main computer, so I can't ban them. So frankly, I just don't care until it becomes an issue. Then I'll fix it. Ah, yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Coffee.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Let's fucking go. Infiltration. Let's get everyone in trouble. It feels weird seeing Alisaie being relevant. Pretty much ever since Stormblood, she becomes relevant. She just isn't through the beginning of the game. Which is fine. We should tell the others what I've learned about gleaners. Morning, Red Herring. Yeah, when she shows up and then dips out pretty quickly. But it makes sense. It's just like a matter of how she reacted to, because especially knowing their father now, like it's easy to see why they were both so misguided. Because I hated Alphanod when he was first introduced. I was like, fuck this guy. Because, like, she pops up in Heavensward, but she doesn't become, like, a major player until Stormblood. I like having her because she's kind of like a nice complement of, like, her and Thancred are kind of like the bronze before brain kind of thing. Like, they're both still smart characters, but they're more about pushing action instead of thinking about it, you know? Yeah, I like having that. Welcome, lady. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information of the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, as you say. They ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden significant increase in Gleaner traffic and cargo certainly gives the impression of overarching plan to be put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from the facts. As Justola observed out earlier, Nomenor's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Lady and Alice learned of the Last Stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of the particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not familiar with the final days, but are somehow certain that the destruction perpetuated by the Telephori is wholly unlike the apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive of our questions. Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. I understand not everyone the studious type. Consider this a welcome change of pace, then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned at its proper place. That'll be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head to the stairs over there. I'll show you where the entrance is. I'm wondering if this is going to be a dungeon. If it is a dungeon, we don't have a tank. Like, we have me, but normally they set it up so you have enough for a full trust of NPCs. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. A brisk walk? What the this is not brisk. Literally, me even walking is faster. I can't even walk.
Oh shit! Oh, finally. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? We'll make your life much easier if you come back here in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone into the lift and down we go. Oh, we got permission? Oh, that's less fun. I wanted to break in.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
That's cool. This zone's pretty freaking neat.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it...
Ah, shit.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Well, that's not good. It's raining in here too? It's cool as hell. Hang on real quick. Sorry. Sorry about that. I'm back. Just before the trip that I made, I had a ingrown hair in my beard, and I messed with it, and I was trying to dig out like the hair that was still stuck in there, and basically like dug way too much into my face with tweezers, so it like scabbed over, and it's been healing the past few days. But I guess just from talking, I like split it open, so I started to notice it was bleeding. So I went and just messed with it more, which was not good. But I put some stuff on it, so hopefully it'll be all right. Oh well. Me refusing my lesson. What I need to do is shave my beard so I can like actually put like a bandage on it and stuff, but I can't because it's right on like the edge of my jawline. It's like between my mouth and my jaw. I streamed so hard my face was bleeding. Yep. It's true. Boy Bunny? Was that our first Boy Bunny NPC? Ah, any luck, lady? What tales do the Gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning. And for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else? Would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do. As well, who has tasked them to do it? If you're game, lady, I have an idea. I'm game. Didn't one of the Gleaners say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Okay. I just keep dabbing blood off my face. Make sure it don't pool up or anything. Oh god. Is it? Okay. It's an instance thing, thank god. Yeah, we looked up what my longest stream was, and I think it was over 24 hours. Which was just on a whim. I think it was the Pixelmon. And I've done a 21-hour stream, which was E3 and
They took my kill.
I don't like these Yetis. They're scary. They remind me of the Abominable Snowman from the Rudolph claymation cartoon, and that was the scariest thing ever in my life. My entire life. I hate that animation so much. I like it. It's good and cute and all, but it just scares me. Don't mind if I do. Just grab this bit real quick. No, you don't see me. Good. Did I watch it when I was too young? Probably. Just like so many aspects of it are creepy. Just like even the like of the like glow of Rudolph's nose, I hate it. It bothers me. It's too unsettling. And the other rangers were so mean and scary. It is freezing in here. I'm gonna turn on the heat. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? You still love it? That's good. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those are two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner tonight or tomorrow. There you are, lady. Is this the Gleaner you mentioned? The one that was looking for lost moments? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Krila of the students of Baldassian. Baldassian? Shit. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions till late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made the descent in the Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing this decision put into action, we might further understand their reasoning. Why is it practical? Never hurts to try and get a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry for that I can't afford you more services. Offer you more services. Did you learn anything new for your friend there? So we've confirmed that orders behind this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I say that fits with everything we've heard this far. We've also discovered that the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners' Guildship and put the people in the Great Work some 4 days after the Telephori made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, these Gleaners kept abreast of news of every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus I am inclined to trust that calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive reconstructing of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned for so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And that Telephori's declaration is what set it all into motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we'll start to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Creel, what is wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldering on. Let us be on about it, then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We follow path east through the forest we were chasing after the mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going slower than normal just because, like, reading it out loud, making sure I comprehend everything that they're saying. Usually when I'm playing by myself, like, story segments for like this, I will still read. But like, capturing the marmot and stuff like that, you can usually tell if it's going to be like something important or not. So like those, I would just be like, go through the dialogue. Behold, the Archeon. No move serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved in the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. And when I'm speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of this quest accepted sound and completed. They've all been good, but this one's particularly good. Tracker. Hello. Greetings. We're here to peruse the Archeon's vault. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask for your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldesian. But is that relevant? I was given the belief that these vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the organization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of the inventory. Wait, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after a restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late. We were so close to getting answers. We need to think of our approach. Let us step aside for a moment, shall we? Lady Jingle just kills this guy. Students of Baldesian. What is with all these assholes? I'm surrounded by assholes. We're at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to peruse this one further. But I doubt our stone-faced custodian will be swayed with heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that people in the area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to integrate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Shoo Tabby. We're gonna sneak in boxes. Sneak in the boxes. It's the only way. Where? There it is. Lack of Dan? No, I'm just playing by myself. The expansion just came out 6 hours ago. So. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. Chatbert. It's chat. Chatbert. I'm just doing the MSQ for Endwalker. I wanted to stream the past few games, or the past expansions, but I didn't! And I regret it, because they were so good. Quiet, you're frightening it away. Redundant? That's very good. Oh, Jew, I don't mean to rude, I'm in the middle of another task. The cloud can I need to capture is very close. Bunny Boy wants our help again. Oh, we have another search thing. This was a new thing to Green bird which cause. Got him. Am I skipping the DS3 session for the second half of December? No. No plans to skip it. We're gonna be doing something for Christmas. That Dan and I are excited for. Don't want to spoil it though.
Fair shot.
Snow Owl, thank you so much for 2 years.
Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
Snow Owl, that's so sweet. Truly been a bright light over these 2 years. Thank you. I just like hanging with you guys. Thank you guys so much. You know, we don't record this weekend, but we do record next weekend, and we have plans for it.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Fun little thing for Christmas. Let's see. We probably won't record on Christmas, but there will be an episode on Christmas. Because it is Christmas. We might just like move it to the 1st or something like that. Yeah, we'll probably take that week off. But there will be an episode out.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
Can you smuggle
Those
us in?
who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
I just put my hand on my face and it's got blood on it now. Oops. Don't rest my hand on my face.
No touch, only game.
So one thing I hate about Warrior is this effect that's on me. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It's faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures horned there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Nope. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, I think it might be wise to leave some distance between us. I don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again on the other end of the tunnel. Just like you to say, so I don't have to have help in my fights. A likely story. Oh, someone teleported. Mithril cap? I sense a hostile presence. No more presents. No, no, you didn't see me. It's a lie. See? Lie. They're like grasshopper mushrooms. They're cool looking. I like them. Shorby, thank you so much for the raid. Hello. We are playing Endwalker. Just came out a few hours ago. We're doing the MSQ. Fellcleave raid. Yo, we love the Fellcleave in here. We all about the Fellcleaves. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a variety of samples for agricultural production. If Urnville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we see evidence of such plans in the area's research project. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we'll see. Yes! Let's. Literally played all night, and now I've got half a day at work. Nice. I hope work goes quick for you so you can get back to it. I am, I was traveling all day. So I might not make it much longer myself because I'm exhausted, but I want to play so bad. I was at airports and stuff. MMO time because the 6 hours felt like 2. Yep, it really does. We've been going for probably like 7 hours now, and it feels like 2, maybe 3, max. Queue was not bad at all for me. The first queue I got was like right at 1 a.m. and it was 400 people. And we got in maybe like 5 minutes, less than that. And then my internet disconnected, which brought the stream down for a second. And I got back in with like 15. The stream got separated, yeah. It is in 2 parts. Now I know where it is. This is Morale Agronautics. Do we know what the queue time is now? It's probably nothing. Because, I mean, when I logged in again the second time, it was like 26 or something like that. Oh. Dang. That's rough. Yeah, I never had that bad of a queue. My first was 5 minutes, and then I was back in. And the second time was less than a minute, maybe. Either I got extremely lucky or just close to servers or something like that. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. Yeah, different servers, maybe. In this facility, which coordinates and oversees those efforts, the fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos Club colleagues, so I hear. More notable successes it might make to the Angora, food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone know how they taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. We made sandwiches for everyone to chat. Aw, that's great. Does possibly know something of the forum's plans or the underlying motivations? Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? The 3% XP. Yeah, isn't the 3% XP only for combat, though? Which, I mean, it's still something, but... nice. Haven't fought much, to be honest, yet. Yeah, I got mine going. Feels so smooth fighting now. Yeah, I'm curious to see some of the new stuff. It's interesting that the like Berserk is now like 3 charges instead of just on a timer. But I guess it does feel nice not having to like worry about spamming Fell Cleave and like missing one of your boosts, you know? Yeah, I don't care about learning about grapes. Yeah, and then I don't feel as bad for using like Decimate when I have Inner Release going, because since it's like 3 charges or whatever. Because you would never use the AoE one. The time it took was just not worth it. I'm so jealous of you. I want that mount so bad. It's not fair. It's like my #1 most wanted mount is Ozma. It's so good. It's just a pain in the ass to get. I did not want to do any of the Eureka stuff. It's such a grind. You're halfway through? Damn, nice. Yeah, I think I'm like maybe level 14 or something in it. I don't even think I'm that far. But everything I've done has been solo. I need to just find like a Discord for a group or something for it, because it's rough. Thank you so much, Torby. I hope work goes quick for you so you can get back to the game. I know how much it sucks. Am I in the Play Friends? I am.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers.
Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Why not just ask them to help out? Oh, every time I've asked out for folks, it's usually in the moment, and no one's usually available, so I tend to not try.
You don't.
I could
seem
post in the
convinced,
like Discord
but believe
to
me,
try to plan
it's
something
true.
maybe, but I just haven't yet.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders.
Hey, Night Valen, how you doing?
Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Well, Matoya's theme.
Have you learned aught of interest?
You were
A flower
correct,
that
Knight.
reacts to one's feelings.
Male bunnies are available
I
today.
must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenvil's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look, there. I think that's Erenvil.
What's he up to?
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Awfully suspicious. I'm gonna say he's a Forum member. Maybe not.
Erenvil receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenvil's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
Hell yeah. Get in there! Do some espionage.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm worried about Cryo. I don't know what's going on.
I'm glad you agree.
Because she has the echo, so I'm concerned she might be called to Heidelin as well, or something.
Closer before we lose him.
I don't know. I don't know.
I can almost reach you.
Is Krell still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westward along the path to the Archeon. Come, we can still reach him. Zoom. Wait, did we get that? Yes, we did. Right? Yes. Oh, that's the up path. Got it. Area discovered. Cool. Dumb Alex! Leave for 2 months. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is... Logis Tekon Beta? One of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, which were once part of the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, I would make a convenient meeting place. But even if we were happy to find Erenville, and in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as such a nonchalant stroll past. Nay, we shall need to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hoppity, my little toads. Goodness! We're frogs! Become frog. Unaccustomed to transfiguration, or not, it will wear off with passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd like me to leap into the jaws of a predator if you would learn anything of note. Damn! Get dunked on. Which reminds me, where to creatures or whereabouts? In that form, you're essentially defenseless. We are frog. Ribbit. Just 3 frogs. We don't want to join the fate. No. Big frog. Big forg. They're both telling me different directions. Wait, the bridge to the north? Oh, maybe we loop around. Easy. Look at us go. Just 3 frogs. Don't mind us.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Don't mind us. We're just 3 frogs.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
He loves toads. That was just the way he talks to all toads. Suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan had been called into action, and the Telephorized declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope they fulfill, they deem it sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and commitment to all its resources? Judging by what we heard, none of the gleaners are offered any of the explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Creel for a moment, see if they think of this. Big fork. Welcome back. I trust you found Ernvel, yes? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Cryle, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case she decided to wander.
Wanna become famous?
No. No! Still no. Yeah, that wasn't the best move there, Y'shtola. Letting her go by herself. I could have sworn the flowers were over here. Where are those dang flowers? No. There they are. By the mass of people.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Oh, no, it's straight up Heidelin. She was saying she is not the conduit that Minfilia was. Got it.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Oh shit. Are we gonna get thrown in jail? Let's murder. Let's do a murder. Oh, it's the father. Fuck you.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Wait, what?
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Grah, you went into the restricted section of the library, you fool!
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
No! Let me murder! No!
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
We're getting fucking put on trial. Let's go. All right, we didn't eat the old man's lunch. We talked to Marl first before we picked up her locket. We should be good. Unless Graha ate the lunch. He ate the lunch. Oh my god, we're screwed. He didn't help the kitten. He is the kitten.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Smile. He got the little smile.
Forum will come to order.
I hate all of you. I hate everyone here. All of you suck. Unless you side with me, then you're cool.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
My kids are little shits, and I wanted them punished.
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
This is the first time we've seen Kryl without her hood on.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf from Final Fantasy V! Oh shit! It's Galuf! I know it's Galuf, but we're calling him Galuf. We just learned about Galuf.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something.
Are they a face for something as well? Kind of like what was happening in Razathan.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Is he getting force choked?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
There's a line from the trailer.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
This is one of the guys who was blessed with the Echo, who went in with Fordola and was a knight, and then became handicapped because they fell into the trap of the tower. Also a close friend of Alphanod.
As I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Grandfather
Honestly,
is
every discussion
Louis Soir.
devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand,
Louis Soir was the one who saved Eorzea, stopped Bahamut, sent you forward in time, kind of founded the Scions.
By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Someone with a little bit of sense, maybe?
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Put your hands down.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
Shit.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Well, at least there were people who stood up for, or voted for us.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well, that didn't go great. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the form discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of the substance here in Sharlayan. Time to go raid a tower. With our boys. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the form being so maddeningly vague about the duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their action in plain words? Survival come what may, is Father's work so vital it takes precedence over his own family? Alphanod, Alizé, it is you! When I heard you'd been dragged by the form. Dragged before the form, I came swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother! Mother! Ameliance Levelure, at your service. And you fine people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. But please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you are here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking to my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunal are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I'm absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. Some timing could have been better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until discuss matters with Tancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at the Annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure. Lady, what do you think? Lady? The Lady Jingle? The Lady Jingle? In my presence? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea! I insist you join us. Notice that? Notice how she called me the Champion of Eorzea? Not a title I gave myself. Thank you very much. She's just like, yeah, but we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Lady, if you would be so kind to escort my children to the estate. The Lady Jingle. We have a Lady Jingle emote too. And she was gone. And with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Quest. Go to the kid's parents' house. I apologize. My mother's not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved, even to see her in such high spirits. What say you, lady? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us to the visit home? Yeah? Fine. If we're going, let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Well, now I'm going to. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has the things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't help bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Levelor Estate is that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Let's go peek in their rooms. I want to hear the dirt. I want to hear the dirt. Give me the dirt, mother. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. Shaka Draconis! With 39 months. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Endwalker hype! It's great. I love it. So much talking. My mouth is dry. Hang on. I say alone, but my mother or servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us. Traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphinaud and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Aw, don't make him a good dad. Don't do this to me. Oh, yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Let's say I had fallen, you'd see. Scraped her knee quite badly, so I tried casting a simple restorative spell, only I'd just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed. The joy and relief that was, believe me, the very moment I chose healing arts as my main subject of my studies. Aww. We used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet in the fountain and splash about. Not Alphinaud, though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. Which would explain how I came to swim like an auk, and he sink like a stone. Cute. Good dads can be assholes too. That they can. Here you are at least. Please, do come in. Let me snoop. Let me snoop. This song is so Undertale at the start.
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at? I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Thanks, Earthadar.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
The lady pulls the strings.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
When you start the quest line to become their new stepdad, stepmom.
Right now.
We shan't be long.
Now give me the dirt. What embarrassing stories you got?
Twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scions coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
Oh, this is making me happy.
But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Is good. Is good video game.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
So anyways, that's when your kids fell into a coma and I had to go to a different dimension to rescue their souls. Oh, we got the outfit change.
Gifts. I wasn't sure what to expect.
New outfits.
Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
It's so nice finally seeing them have like distinct outfits. Like, granted, it has been this way for a bit, but still, I like the red because she's a red mage.
And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Oh, look at the blue boy. Ooh,
Splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Oh, is this when he gets the Sage class? Yep. Now he becomes a Sage. That's great.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oh, shit.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Leveilleur. Look at Lady Jill. She's just looking smug over there.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We're like 7 hours in, and we probably haven't even dented the story yet.
We will, Mother. I promise.
Closing in on 8. Nice.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work.
Look how cute they are.
The Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Damn right. My final gift, a little bit of parental nagging. Wouldn't be apparent if you didn't.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Yeah, we're not even on the moon yet. Let me say something. Aw, okay. Oh, that was sweet. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I could see it meant a lot to her. And I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will suffice. As will these tokens of home we have to carry with us. These gifts will help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the Annex and rejoin our companions. And I'm gonna say it's dungeon time. First dungeon. Fucking let's go. Okay, we can get back there. Aldesian Annex. Oh my gosh, look at that menu. That was beautiful. A+ new menu. Normally you just had text to go off of, but now it actually shows you on the map where you're warping. I love that. Holy shit. Because I never remember the names of all the Aetheryte plazas stuff. Or, waypoints. Enjoyed your time with the Levios, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but the new outfits tell the tale. I only hope that we can help them to reconcile with their father. That they might return home one day with their heads held up high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide. And the flower bequeathed you by Heidelin is sure to guide us the way forward. I'm confident that once we hear your report from Thavnair, we'll wait till we're equipped. We'll plot our next move. Speaking of which, we've already did that. Since there's been progress on both investigations, shall we share the findings of our respective locales? Time for action. It's the song of let's get fucking ready.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostela, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alphanon is in the correct group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you. And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat Khan of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Let's fucking go! I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. First dungeon. Okay, one thing I want to do real quick. I wanted to see if there was a way to do this. I saw it as an option in the patch notes, but I don't know where it is. Maybe system? Yo, Gamer DLM, thank you for 250 bits. Oh, you got the little lurk. I don't know where it would be. So there's a setting where you can set it to auto use ether tickets if it's over a certain price. Otherwise, you'll pay it. I have no idea where it would be. Hey, there we go. Okay, I don't have any on me right now, but that's good to know for future. So basically, if I get some in the future, it'll always use them if it's over 900. Good call, Tram. A friend of yours here. We've been inspecting you. You and yours will lead the mission in the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we've readied. Run to the boat, 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 run to the boat. My hands are so cold. If this is the future aetherite travel, I think I'm stick to boats. Aye, no warning. However, emphatic could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... Should we still call you Varshan, I suppose? Indeed, it would do not confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Aw, thanks. With these, we can go anywhere with those blessing lights. With anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. In that case, they're all yours from now. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we'll divide into two groups. Lady and her band will break through the tower's defenses to locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the Tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnairian myth. Thavnairian. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnair, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Let's fucking do it! Sorry, Thancred, you can't come. We already have a tank. Thancred has to sit this one out. Sorry, Thancred. Looks good to me. Here we go, chat. First dungeon.
Foul place this. Let us proceed with caution.
Okay. What if we do this?
So this. All the lights.
You underestimate me.
Get him.
You can choose. You can do it with multiplayer if you want, but I like doing a single player because it's with your Scions. Basically, on the first time through, they added this with Shadowbringers, where you could play alongside the NPCs.
You cannot stop us!
Ow.
The summoning hoth begin.
Oh shit. Okay, so we're probably going to do this, and then it's probably going to be a trial immediately after, I expect. Would be my bet. Dead. Oh, no, it's going to be the sisters separately. Interesting. I don't know what this marker is. Oh, it's okay. It is the thing.
You cannot stop us.
New type of marker. Tank Buster. I did not go through that. Oh, interesting. I can't do that unless I'm targeted by a friend. That sucks. Oh shit. There was a fake out! I did not get the tell for that. There might have been 2 balls or something. This is a summon at X, yeah. This is 1/3 of a summon. This is the Magus Sisters in Final Fantasy X. But weak version of it right now. Oh, you can see which one each does. Okay, so fire, you need to be in close. So I need to go to this one. And blizzard is just a blast that's like that. Yeah, okay. Okay, got it now. You just need to know which type is which. Fire being close. Ice, you need to re-segment it. I can't remember what the other one was. Lightning. Yeah, we're totally gonna fight the 3 sisters together. I'm assuming that's gonna be... I got pants. Are they pants for me? though, is the question? They are pants for me. Oh, look at these fuck me heals. Hello, Lady Jingle. Yeah, so she casts a spell, and wherever it goes to the marker, you just have to know which spell's which to respond to it. It's like a delayed activation. What are these guys? Are they just... They're just tentacly beasts. They're Imperials, though, so that's kind of fucked up. They're, like, not even human anymore. God, it feels so cool having a Stinian with us. Look at this fucking architecture, it's awesome. Good morning, MT. How you doing? Zot hypertuned. I'm good. I'm happy to be playing this. I'm happy it's out. I should really be doing upheaval way more often because it's just free immediate damage. So this inner release comes back so much faster. I gotta remember to do it. Ring of Slaying. Nope. I'm like forgetting everything. Double kill. Choker of Healing. That's probably not going to be better. We ready, friends? Oh, hell yeah. Starting out with a limit break. Who was that? Ow. I'm gonna say we stand away from the balls. Oh, very far away from the balls. Alphanod, you're gonna fucking die, bro.
You underestimate me.
Oh shit, I got stopped. Ow.
Let's give them a show.
I'm still confused. This is going to hurt. Ow. Oh god. Vulnerability. Oh. Those tank busters, though, they're scary. How do we not get stopped? I don't know how. I guess you just need to be prepared for it. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so I'll stop here. So I get stopped. And she does right for me! No clue. Wrong attack. I'm gonna say this one. So it's the one that's not moving, it looks like. Don't hurt me. If I alone cannot expel you. Gauntlets of Healing, bummer. I love our fucking heals though. Can't really see them. Putting fried egg on your sloppy joe was a brilliant idea. Oh my gosh. That sounds amazing. DJ Ice Age, thank you so much for the Prime. 6 months of support. Thank you. Oh shit, I did not see you. These guys are always so fucking creepy. I gotta remember Onslaught's free. Remember, Onslaught is free. Stop giving me healing shit. Game? Big numbers. Estinian gives bigger numbers. It's not fair, though. It's not fair. It's not fair. Alright, not healing stuff. Here we go. Oh! Hell yeah. New choker. So it looks like I should only do Cyclone if there's 3 enemies. It's not worth it damage-wise to do it on 2. The damage value has changed. Speaking of which, Cyclone. There we go. Because I think I'm getting like 14,000 on the single sweep, but I get 6,000 on the Cyclone. So if there's 3, that's worth it, but 2 isn't. I'm losing 2,000 damage.
You underestimate me!
No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Magus Sisters. Harbingers elect. Oh shit, here we go. It's gonna be all three of them, right? No, these are from Final Fantasy X. This is the Magus Sisters. Although maybe they're from that one as well, but I know they're from 10 for sure. Let's do it. They were in 4 first? Okay, I didn't know they were in 4. Oh my god. It's Delta time, baby.
You underestimate me. This will hurt.
Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. This is bad. This is very bad. Ow. I don't know which one to fight first. Fuck you. God, was there a stack and I didn't see it?
Let's give them a show.
Why do they want to kill this one? There we go. Yeah, get in here. Get in here. One down.
I have you now.
You can't kill them while they're doing Delta attack? Really? Oh, yes, now you can. Get away from me, Alpha. What are you doing?
Let's give them a show.
And now they want to kill that one first. The NPCs do not cooperate with me. Level up! I wish I could tell them to focus, like, one. Oh, did you see that custom, like, put away animation? That seemed new. I, like, actually put the axe on my back.
Blood welting.
Blood wetting? Reduces damage taken by 10%, restores HP. Oh, that's a new thing. Cool. Treasure coffer. Something pog, maybe? Nope. We can look at it, though. We can look at it and pretend. Thancred. I helped, too. And I was here, too. Cutscenes.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Quagmire?
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
What?
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Fuck yeah.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
prisoners below.
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Shit's popping off. We all died. Roll credits.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Girlhouse dead.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Good. Yeah, that was one hell of a featherfall he cast.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Nimhana. The liberated prisoners have been transported to Razat Han for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee administration of tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You may now enter the Tower of Zot with a party of NPC avatars. Yeah. Had enough rest, have you? You were never one for being idle, right? Barshan bade us come to Megaduda? At our earliest convenience. Others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Wait, on second thought, you and Studium should go ahead. I need to make quick detour for the great work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed in a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. Oh, wait, hang on. I have to see my new ability. What's it look like? We make a crystal! Hell yeah. We become crystal. That's cool as fuck. Honored Scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions to the city, a sentry stationed in the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Though I have been to Razathan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for direction this century of the fountain. Istinian now follows us. Mr. Slady, I presume. I understand you are here for audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Magudera, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Razathan. To get there, I would ordinarily require a route that takes you to the bazaars of the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses is currently closed and the etherite disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please descend the step next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps. Upon ascending them, you will emerge on the Parkis path. Proceed from the large door on the right. You will arrive at blah 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 blah. I don't care. Heading to Meghaduda. Meghaduda, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. Wait, to my right? To your right? My right. I'm just gonna follow the mini-map.
I remember passing here with Farshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Eat bird. Greetings and welcome to Meghaduda. May I inquire about your business? We are members of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course. We've been expecting you. I will show you to the audience chamber. If you would please follow me. Yeah, Dan's playthrough of the entire MSQ. It will be long. It will be very long.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Oh, you Graha.
Valiant Scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat-Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh shit.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the Sundering of the Star.
The Sundering of the Star was when the world was split by Hydaelyn and put into 14 pieces.
As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydaelyn hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom we must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee. it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Aww. No! Those are all companions we've lost.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
They are fucking playing with your heartstrings. They're like, one of the twins is gonna die. I don't like it.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Thanks for hanging with me, all. Just want to say, appreciate y'all. What if we lose both wins? Then it's even worse! Ugh. I don't want to lose any of my friends. It just tickles me that you guys are here, hanging with me. You thought one of the parents will die? I have a feeling something like that will happen, but I definitely think someone close to us is gonna perish in Endwalker. And they're really trying to sell that it's gonna be Alphanod. So what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing. Nothing? Very well if you say so. The others have gone ahead to High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Some bread! The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. Yeah. I feel like if it's only going to be one person, I feel like Thancred's going to die. Because his arc has like come full circle. He's had that moment of like leaving Reen with like his blessing, and like he was a father figure and raised her right in the 5 years he got to spend with her. If it's one of the twins, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be so sad. If it's anyone else, I would be very surprised. I feel like something is going to happen to Matoya, and Y'shtola will take her place. Urianger, I don't see anything happening to him because he is so let me lore dump on you, and I feel like they're gonna keep that for future expansions. Maybe not, but I don't know. I feel like he is a good character to keep around just for background lore. Where the street turns into the door straight and then descend the steps. Your PC actually dies and they launch 14.2. Oh god. No. Not Lady Jiggle. Lady Jiggle. She's too perfect. Okay, so can I actually use this Aetheryte? I thought he said he was inactive. Yeah, it's been disabled. And I don't see it being Krill. I definitely don't see it being Graha. They've already played with so much Graha. I mean, technically, he already died. I don't feel like they'd do that again. It might be Estinian. Which would be a bummer because, like, it's nice having him back in the group, you know, after Heavensward. Here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far, so good. There isn't much further to go. Lady Jingle is like James Bond. There's always a new lady to take the mantle. Yeah, that's true. She's been through time. Time again. The little Moogle made a Koopo. And it was cute. Just a casual Koopo. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. Oh shit, main theme.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Hey Ed, how you doing?
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be
I'm doing great. I'm starting to get sleepy, but I don't want to stop.
To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
And I want to bring him to the Annex. That's not safe to me.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes,
When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the Scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Oh, you got a little smile there, you got a little
Yet
smile.
who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts.
Feelings, the next kind of magic.
Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
I'm getting emotional, chat. I'm getting emotional. I'm scared because there's a clear, like, okay, we've done good. What's the next step? And now is when the thing goes, here's the next step, motherfucker. Someone's dead. The city's being attacked. Everything you love and hold dear is gone. That's what I'm waiting for. Is this a bunny boy? No, it's bunny lady. Next story beat has to be a downbeat. Yep. Something good happened. It went way too smooth. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we but wait for the others to return for their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, lady. Creel has appraised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deformed entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings? Yes, I would. If they give me Ardbert, I'm gonna cry. I miss Ardbert.
Take heart and protect them well.
Elizabeth's voice. No, my friends!
You're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
They're so cute!
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
No, I'm gonna cry. My friends wanted to eat with me. They checked on me. Oh man, that's a good looking burger. Shit, man, I want a burger right now. Alistair doesn't like pickles.
Lest you wonder,
MVP.
we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
It's a burger. Who can't? It's
I
pizza
don't know
and a burger.
about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
And cookies.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Get him.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Astinian, beset on all sides.
Oh, my friends are making me happy.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was.
Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done.
If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since. Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem
Oh, they got
to
fucking
radiate
donuts
a
there
joyful
too?
glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
Oh shit,
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Numenon.
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
I don't like how happy everything. I'm scared. I'm scared, chat. It's too happy. Everything's too nice. Tancred had a heart attack. Guys, come quick. The moon. Oh, we're pushing on until dawn. Yes.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Oh, we're happy. We're happy. Love. Happy. Joy. Good things abound. Nothing can go wrong. Oh, look who it is. It's fucking Xenos.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnair has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes.
Hey, Fry.
Very well, then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
Yes, Xenos is a Reaper. He picked up the scythe. And that was like the end of 5.5.
But then came the light. Blinding and pure and hot. So very hot. Enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
You already lost, bro.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, You are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed. All the faces incomplete. The setting too was unknown to me. So I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
I want to go till something bad happens. Oh, and it's a new weapon. Fuck. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the Studium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholar Monteche and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Yashola and the others, I thought now a perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphinaud can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to the phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should be showing my face around the Studium for a time. It might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. I don't fucking know words, man. What are words? We made them up. Yeah, my voice is just about gone, so we're probably gonna call somewhat soon here. Heading out for a stroll? The Scholar himself was here? In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though somewhat dread the visiting of the Studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphinaud of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less, will wonders never cease. None of us soon enough. Off we go. Hang on, I'm gonna grab that quest, whatever it is over there. My throat hurts. My throat hurts, chat. I'm not paying attention to the screen. Oh, sightseeing. I have still never done one sightseeing thing. We're gonna go to bed in a bit. I just wanna hit a. I know that was probably a good spot to end on, but I wanna hit something like some dread. I didn't get this one. Leave on some bad feels. Yes, we got 2 happy flowers, so I'm really curious if it's gonna be like a collecting the crystals from the original game. Yeah, no, I'm worried. I'm like, I need something to be like reinvigorate me of like, I gotta go fuck shit up. I gotta save my friends or something, you know? Everything's too happy. I'm just waiting for something bad to happen. Oh, it's Carmen Sandiego. There she goes. Here it is, Phenomenon. I'll expect you to make note of it before one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Most of the space is taken up by the expensive auditoriums. It also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without a question the world's leading authority in ethereology. The arcane, the occult, astromancy, the countless other fields standing proud as Sharlayan's foremost educational institute. I always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he's recited the same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. Want to become famous? I still don't. Shit! Skip the thing. Nice of you to say, but Alphinaud actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well to graduate with honors. And I'm actually certainly not the Studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphinaud Levidor began. We shall expect someone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration of the student body has for Alphinaud. With a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, not a moment like a present. First things first, let's look for the scholar Montachon. I don't know. Other faculty tends to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond for wandering whatsoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students. Oh, my voice. You think talking for 10 hours? I'm live, Navi. My voice is dead. My throat hurts. Are you lost? Wander off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly me. An orientation is order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Add 3 hours to that because it disconnected midstream. Okay, she's just telling me about stuff. I'm not gonna read this. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information about the scholar's whereabouts. I beg your pudding? You're not a gleaner? Well, this was an elaborate ruse. Oh, wait. Come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. Damn it. Why are they so active now? The one time I don't have mod chat opened, gotten like 10 of them this stream. They can smell weakness. Yeah, they're like, we know he doesn't have his mod chat open. Get him. No mods open? Yeah, I guess not. Hey, chat, what are these? I've seen them through the whole game. Is it a sightseeing thing? Do I need to do something? I've never interacted with one of these things before, and I have no idea how. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to interact with this thing. I'm assuming I need to do something. Does anyone know? Anyone play Final Fantasy? Does anyone know what these are? Sorry, I don't play. Alright. I've been through the whole game, or at least from Heavensward. I just don't know what they do. I'm assuming it's a sightseeing thing, but I don't know how to, like, activate it.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the
Yeah, because they're in Heavensward, and they're in Stormblood as well. The prey or lookout / command, but they're mostly sightseeing. Yeah, that's how I figured they were. Okay, I'll try that. I'll try lookouts. I figured there was like a / command I needed to do or something. Well, thank you.
I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. My, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
He winked. He's got the hots for me.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How convenient. I believe him.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
I don't want to learn. Kingdom Hearts.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms.
Pay attention? Okay, I'm paying attention.
2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the 3rd?
What did he say? I don't know.
Yes. Very good.
Yeah! Yeah!
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux.
Where's that blinking light? Oh, there's something through the trees. I'm like, what am I seeing? There's a truck.
In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Oh my god!
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago.
The Calamity.
And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Boom!
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
Such as maybe stuff from when we were sundered?
Coalesce with that of others and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
Lady Jingle has no idea what he just said. Paper? There was words on that paper.
Education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Key Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans.
Key Aliapo? Are you kidding me?
Her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Oh, he's from Bloodborne. New weapon, though. I had to look at the bunny lady. New axe. Okay, that's a pretty axe. I like that. How's it look out, though? Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. I was supposed to talk. Oh, yeah. Let's do the sightseeing thing. There it is. We did it. I've learned how to do the thing. Thank you, chat. New chest gear, though. Well, now we have to keep going, because I gotta get the new chest gear. It could be cool armor. Okay. I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. Feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. Key Alipo. Alipo. Oh, Key Alipo. Where the fuck is Key Alipo? Mend my shit, please. It's pretty good repaired. Okay, actually, we're good. Okay, hear me out, chat. I take a quick little BRB, eat some food, let my throat rest for a minute, and then just come back. What about that? What if we just do that? Hello. I'm back. I shoveled enough food in my face to feel content. Wave at this person. They've been staring at me. Hey, Delta. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the Studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word of a fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Why is that doing that? I don't know. Weird. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and at least Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. You missed me, mushrooms? I'm happy to be back. It was a rough week. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let's see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? They're gonna be gone. They're gonna be gone. They're gonna be gone. Calling it. They're gonna be gone. Calling it. Okay, they're there. Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Petra and the alchemists put great work into their heart and soul in each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Form's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I shall await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll have enough good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. Limsa balls. Got him. My apologies for calling you away from Sharlayan for such short notice. On the contrary, we were honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that the discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Sharlayan, the allied nations have been engaged in separate fronts, with no end in sight. That's my voice for Merweb. To make matters worse, a surge in abduction of kobolds, Sanghin, Sagin, Ixal, and Anata have been given rise to increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph of Razat Han had given us hope once more. The time had come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who've shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telafari at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress had been made in such a short span. Excuse me. Sorry. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telafari's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from suffering. Not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside our decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I only ask that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without it, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, the reason to believe its smaller spires are merely a precursor to what's to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed but any headway. Though the same could have said for the Telafari, there's certainly no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards annihilation. That would appear to be substantiated by Ystrola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for the task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our own benefit. It would surprise me that, in the least, if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's no more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request, both from the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For honor and glory. Couldn't have put it better myself. Shola, Thancred, and Urianger have pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive he would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, the prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Reborn and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known once upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you before the Telafari so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones that can create a diversion. Now go. Safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be left with it, or better, upon your return. I forgot how to read chat. It's no door. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them.
You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what made this whole venture possible.
Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've set you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for far too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Isambard contingent. The very suggestion that we send some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid to the Guardians has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, best we can do is offer you the peace of mind knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Isambard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Hey! It's Gaius! Word of your exploit travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of the Expeditionary Force. Jesus, I can't speak. My contribution to the occasion was a minor one, but being the information I've shared with Maxima for the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you'd have stake in this. I do. With offer I have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel into this Bard contingent, I would give my countrymen ample time to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me into a position of leadership, furthering destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. Hey Eric, how you doing? For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I'm certain of it. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and I don't see you again ere do you part. May the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. New chess piece. New chess piece, though? Chess piece. Armor. Give armor. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's got a cape. It's got a cool little cape with it. I'll take it. I'll take it. The other members of Isambard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. I'm gonna bet Yugiri is here. And I don't know anyone else. The remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Isambard contingent await within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes. Curious if we're gonna know anyone else.
By the 12.
Oh shit.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the
Yes!
company of many
Lucia!
trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
She's the right hand, basically, of Lord Emmerich.
We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister,
Oh, shit.
the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
Brother of the Seeds here.
I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we.
Lise is the leader of, like, the resistance when they were trying to initially take over Alamigo. She also was formerly a Scion of the Seventh Dawn, posing as a previous member known as Yida, who was her sister. But eventually she took on her role to help the resistance overtake the Empire and retake Alamigo.
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
And this is Rawbon's son, quote unquote, like adopted son, but also now the right hand of the Sultana. Pippin is his name.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Aww.
Lord Emanolain? Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service.
Marchifont's brother.
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
I dare say your fancy footwork may all but that beast that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honorar with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
That's great.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Joma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlemald Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
That was a cutscene. There was a lot of talking. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalji and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their philosophy, many would struggle simply to survive the harsh climate of Isambard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telephorai. All things considered, they could be better aided by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, and the eagerness to do more so has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Oh god. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Many thanks. These talismans may prove the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Amric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. That set of warding scales I spied? Not that I would know what they'd look like. Wow, look at these. Even a Leyland now like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves, is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? Nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I hear you got something for us. Aye, they scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they be worth a gil or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to him for now. And one more thing, I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Eisenhower instead? Buggered if I know. And the Admiral and the Captain Hilfair told me that they needed someone to help safeguard the future. Here I am. Can't say they haven't gotten a sense of humor. Of course. Some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land. In the middle of sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew do whatever needs doing, so set sail or wherever the saying goes on airships. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside the 12th Wood. The Elder Seoseer, however, has granted me special permission. She's bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can of their ways. In doing so, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world, or so she says. I say it is past our time our allies benefited from the power of the Seed Seer's disposal. Some balemen that we hide along our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Orthard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people. With their aid, we will keep the enemy at bay. And we, the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance, will repay the efforts for ending the war. Do you have a warding scale for me too? Thank you for this. For going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. Though you've been told many times to wear the cold of Vilsbard, I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. And I will be distributing specifically made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild. But understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to Alamiga Quarter. While you make for final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore to Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north as well, I see no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I would be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Oh, is that the cry of a Sidon in need of a tailor, I hear? Tataru? Makeovers? Is it makeover time? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilzabar without telling me? Fashion is above all. Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It is all in the manner of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Artemis and Bolawida have finally returned from their assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while, so keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running back to headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand at Sharlayan? Oh, why not? You can keep Krill company. At the Baldesian Annex. Baldesian? I don't remember already. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Argus and Bloomweeda did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were laying in comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, why I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because I'm certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anything similarly dangerous were to happen, I'd be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Fashion. Let me see fashion. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Woolies. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? It's an honor to finally meet you. We of Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it'll be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Several cutscenes will play. You will require to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event you are defeated, you will be able to retry again.
Okay, let's fucking go. To Garlemald. Finally.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
I'm worried.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
Whew, man, my
The
throat
winds
hurts.
howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps.
Look how good Y'shtola looks. Oh my god.
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
I just noticed these legs are like purple on them.
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
That's Lady Jingle. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Supply Depot,
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
they're all dead. They're all dead.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
All right, we are Thancred. Commence the mission.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. Must be losing my touch.
Oh, I see. I was not supposed to attack anyone. Yeah. Duty failed. Okay, got it. Got it. I should have looked at my abilities before I just went in. Sure, I don't care. Easy, whatever. I don't care. I just want the story.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. Seven hells.
Nope, nope, nope. What if you don't? What if you didn't see me? Computer? That was weird. All of my stuff just like blinked out. All my One sec. I'm just gonna check something real quick. Okay, weird. I don't know what that was. All of my
Seven hells.
USB issues? Maybe, yeah, just something with my computer. It was weird though, because everything blinked out. I guess it maybe was my
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
I have a USB hub. I think that must have just like
Understood.
disconnected or something.
Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Or some dumb thing like that.
Damn, spotted.
I did it. Stealth mission accomplished.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of Isambard's contingent supply caravan. I do words. Look at them heels. Damn, Lady Jingle.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others! A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe. Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Hey, Judenberg.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones who's struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
I don't even have Defiance on. I'm dumb.
You lot all right back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Little doom. Meanwhile, on the front line, I'm assuming maybe we'll play Y'shtola. I don't know if we've gotten to play Y'shtola. Maybe Estinian. I think we played Estinian before, so never mind.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Get it, Lise. Get it! Oh, we're gonna play as Lise? I don't know if we're gonna play as.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
Oh, I'm here. I play as me.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's
I like the. I'm pretty sure it's a new animation of pulling out and putting away the weapon. They redid it or updated it. It's weird hearing you say your name. Yeah, we're just hanging out here.
We have them now.
Playing the new expansion that just came out. It's definitely a different normal stream for me, but I'm having a really good time. And anyone who wants to hang, I'm happy to have them.
Right! Let them have it!
Oh, Pippin's gonna do some shit. Holy shit, Pippin. Guys, you gotta need a stack on that. Oh, they're all dead.
Tremble before the sun!
Nice. Is this a game one can play solo? Yes. I've played most of the game solo. You do have to do some stuff multiplayer, but like you can just jump in a random queue with people. You don't have to like up until actually no, you still have to do trials and stuff with you still have to do trials and stuff with other players, but you can play the majority of the MSQ by yourself.
Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
Aw. Maybe next time.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand.
Oops. Hey, Casper.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
A little bit of a intimidating presence, you think? The capital's fucked. Are hot tub streamers a real thing? Yes. It was very prevalent for a while. It's not so much popular anymore, but there was a while where everyone was doing it. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we reach the capital itself. So we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we'll discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Yashola and Gra'a to join us in the building to the northeast of camp? Alize and I will meet you there. I don't want to stop playing, chat. I'm tired. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once the head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. There's thick with palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot. Only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses for here and now. Tell the others I shall be there with you in a few moments. I actually been playing longer than 9 hours because stream went down around 2 or 3 hours in, so we've been past 12 hours at this point. And I traveled all day at the airport. Ugh. Yeah, I should probably go to sleep. You'll be pleased to know most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly where they left it. Considering the length of time that's clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there's no signs of anything being stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, although it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suggest they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. Yeah, we'll do this meeting, and then we'll call it for tonight. I say, and then play like for 4 more hours. I cannot project my voice that much anymore, so I think that's a good sign of needing to rest. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone's here, we will begin. Please talk. Please voice.
Our present situation is as follows.
I can rest.
Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroy's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. I'm gonna be sassy.
This too is a vital task, and I appreciate your willingness to see it done. Rest assured that a serving of hot soup will be waiting.
Hot soup!
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Soup! Super Mario! Okay. I'm gonna stop here, chat. Thank you so much for hanging with me, everyone. I really appreciate you guys hanging with me. I know this isn't the most demanding thing to watch, but I don't care. I'm having fun. Yeah, it was a short stream. Sorry about that. Short stream. Who's streaming? It's Barry's birthday, by the way. Barry will be streaming in a few hours, an hour or so. So be sure to do that. Nice to meet you, Judenbird. It was a pleasure having you. We're gonna raid J Hobbs. It's been a hot minute since I've gotten to raid J Hobbs. He's doing some rando co-op. Yeah, I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep, if anything, for my voice. And just... I've been up for a very long time now. and traveling at the airport and shit is so tiring. I just was so excited to do this. I was so excited to play. And honestly, I'm just gonna stream when I wake up, and we're gonna continue. Sorry if you're not wanting to watch Final Fantasy XIV, but I'm pretty much probably gonna stream all of the main MSQ, and then I'll resume normal streams. We'll do the Hollow Knight sub goal and everything like that. But this is kind of where my head is at right now. Thank you, everyone. Sorry. I'm just gonna keep apologizing for no reason. I just want to keep going, and my body doesn't want me to. So, have a good one, y'all. See you soon. See you when I wake up. Thank you, guys.